2, 1. Anywhere I'm at, turn the city up. I can flip a dollar to $1 million. I don't like to brag, but I'm really on. 3, 2, 1. Anywhere I'm at, turn the city up. 3, 2, 1. I don't like to brag, but I'm really on. It's a new day, days been new. Been a decade since I made it out of rental. We some owners, baby, we don't got no rent due. Might trick, but my wife, you like to trick too. Merry Christmas, hey, Saint Nick. What we want, get, we on wait list. How we got here doesn't make sense. Have patience, that'll make sense. 3, 2, 1. Anywhere I'm at, turn the city up. I can flip a dollar to $1 million. I don't like to brag, but I'm really on. 3, 2, 1. Anywhere I'm at, turn the city up. 3, 2, 1. I don't like to brag, but I'm really on. Picking up the slack, joining this prime way, I'm getting to the rack. I do what I want, when I want, where I want, no cap. Put in all work, now I'm getting to the back. 25-8, I got money on my mind. Live life great, but I'm always on the grind. Navy blue tank, I don't wear it for the time. Real hustler, baby, throw my rollie in the sky.
Get ready for blast off.
Ball pointing cushy, so you know it's berserk. Trevor on the mix, so you know we gon' work. I might leave in one, find the beach and go surf. I'ma ride the wave till I'm out of this earth. 3, 2, 1. Anywhere I'm at, turn the city up. I can flip a dollar to $1 million. I don't like to brag, but I'm really on. 3, 2, 1. Anywhere I'm at, turn the city up. 3, 2, 1. I don't like to brag, but I'm really.
Ladies and gentlemen, what's up? It's another episode of Flipping Tables. Y'all know what it is. It's Tuesday night, 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. We're about to get it in again tonight. Thank you guys for who followed. Thank you guys who came in last week and contributed to the show by way of being in the comments, giving your comments by, giving your cash apps, giving your super chats, always liking the videos, sharing the videos, hitting the subscribe button, all the things that you guys do. I appreciate it. All right, now guys, you see what the title is tonight, right? Because I think this is something on the oven that's been simmering for a while, and now we're gonna serve it up to you. All right, we're gonna talk about it. We're gonna talk about it. Tonight's subject is black men are the problem. Masculine and straight black men are just a red flag. All right, and we're gonna have that conversation tonight. Now, I do want to say this: these conversations are not for everyone. Some people can handle the conversation. Some people cannot handle these type of conversations. Some people say we have these conversations too much. Some people say these conversations are circular, right? And to everyone who believes that, and everyone is entitled to their own opinion, but I will say this. The reason that something continues to go in a circle is because there is not a breaking point which will allow the person to exit it. So until we chisel away at what causes the chip that causes the exit, then that circle continues. Nobody would be having the conversations if everything was going the right way. There wouldn't be a Bible if everyone committed one sin. So we have to have these conversations. It is necessary for us to have the conversations because a lot of people will not have these conversations. A lot of people don't want to have these conversations because these conversations hurts feelings. These continuing these conversations bother people. It really does bother people. And to those who it bothers, I apologize. However, the show is called Flippin Tables. However, the network is called Black Men Unfiltered. We have to be unfiltered and we have to flip tables. This is what we do. All right. There's a show for everybody on this network. If you want to be calm, cool, collected, you can come on Sunday, lay back, get you a beer, and watch Mr. Bennett and also Peter come on and have a conversation about the gray area. They have a variety of things, right? This is not just a one-minded network. We have several things. If you like that, Miss Jenny will be back when she's a housewife. Miss Jenny will be back talking about what it is to be a housewife, how it is that she takes care of her husband and she takes care of her new baby and he takes care of her and reciprocates that. All right. If you want to come on Monday and see Mr. Boomer, our pain is here on Monday, talking about things that happen in his generation, how he looks at things, how men moved and women moved when he was growing up and he's a boomer. If you like sports, come lay back and chill on sports on Wednesday, right? If you like another mixture of things, you could come on Wednesday night and watch Stand on Business podcast with Boss Man. Sunday, you want to come on Sunday at 5, you can hear the plug. The plug is an acronym. Power Living Under God comes on every Sunday, 5 p.m. Central Standard Time with my girl Felicia. There's something for everybody, but on Tuesdays. Oh, if you want to get something off, men, if you want to get something off, Friday, barbershop, link will be dropped. Come on up, discuss what it is that you want to discuss, and we'll get through it. We'll talk about it. Family, friends, kids, doesn't matter. We'll have a conversation. Tuesday, we're flipping these tables over because they deserve to be flipped over. All right. You see the conversation for tonight. The conversation is Black men are the problem. Masculine and straight Black men are simply a red flag. All right. Let's see who we got in here tonight. We got CJ Wilkins in the building. He said, "What's up, panel? How y'all doing? Chat, what's going on, my guy? It's nice to see you, my brother." He said, 12 watching, 7 likes. Let's get those likes up, man. All right, stay on top of that, CJ, man. I appreciate you, my brother, for being here, always supporting the channel. All right. All right. So make sure the views and likes match. Thank you so much, man. All right. CJ is the captain tonight. He is our moderator in the chat. So anything goes on in the chat, you have any questions, you can ask CJ because he has the authority in the chat to get rid of you, keep you here, add your comments, bring light to your comments. He also motivates the channel to get what it needs as far as analytically as well. So thank you so much, CJ, for being here. I appreciate you, my brother. All right. So I'm going to bring up some people. All right. As soon as they turn their camera on, because I don't know why they got their cameras off. You know. Oh, okay. I see one pop their camera. Oh, there they go. Okay, there they go. All right. So listen, I want to start out. Now, you haven't seen this young lady in a long time. Okay. She went on vacation on me. Okay. I still love her. Little sweet, pretty self. I love her to death. But I'm gonna get on her ass tonight because she abandoned me and I don't like it. Okay. So I'm gonna have to fly to Florida and take care of business. No, I'm just playing. It's my sister from another mister. Anissa's in the building, ladies and gentlemen. What do you know? Anissa's in the building tonight. What's going on, Sugarfoot?
Good evening. How are you?
Man, I am good. So good to see you. Me and you go back and forth every day. We're always messaging each other, and I don't see
I
you.
know. Listen, I have been keeping up with you,
Okay.
but my dad got sick like right after Christmas, and he just came home. So that was a whole
Hey, prayers out for your
yeah.
dad. He's doing well.
He's doing well. He's on the mend, so we're happy about that. But yeah, that was taking a lot on the family to
Okay.
keep.
Thank you for
So
telling me.
that's the only reason. Yeah.
We'll be praying for your dad, man. Thank you for telling me. Yeah, for sure.
Thank you. But
All
yeah,
right.
so I'm back to aggravate you now.
Absolutely, Lord Jesus. We're gonna pray before the show. Boy. Listen, the next person I want to bring up, he's a baldy but an oldie. Y'all give it up for the low talking, sweet southern drag. Coach Fergus in the building tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together. Mm-hmm. Yeah, good to see you, Coach Ferg.
What's
All
up,
right,
baby? Hello, how you doing, Anissa? How you doing,
I'm
Shorty?
great, Coach Ferg. How are you?
Okay.
It's
I
been
like
so
this.
long in the Ferg.
Blessings to your father. Yeah, blessings to your father.
Thank
And listen,
you.
he fits right into this topic. So blessings to him all the way.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All
Thank
the way to the
Okay.
end of the earth, to the
Absolutely.
gods and back. That's how I look
Absolutely.
at your father. Salute to him.
Thank you.
Next up, we got y'all know him. I always I want to. Y'all know who it is. The Bronze Bomber. All right, the man who has laid down so much love that he can never get it back. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our pain.
Hello.
It's good to see you,
How
man.
you doing, Anissa? What's going on?
Hey, how are you?
Oh, well, you here for another education tonight, huh?
I
We're gonna
am.
tell you all
Yes,
about
I'm
men.
back. I'm back. See what y'all talking about.
All right. Hey, next up, our
Hey,
favorite
what's up,
couple
Coach? What's up,
is back.
Coach Berg? What's happening?
Our
up,
next
brother?
couple is back in the best couple that comes through here is back in the building tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for the very own Archie and Alicia. They back in the building, ladies and gentlemen. All right, good to see y'all. Good to see y'all. Listen. Everybody else, if you want to join the show, please go ahead. Make sure your camera is on. The link is tagged at the top of the chat, and y'all can come on in. Make sure you're good to go. I want to start this conversation off, by asking everybody how they're doing. I already did everybody. Archie and Alicia, how are you guys doing today?
Great.
Doing great.
Good. Yeah, this is going to be a wonderful topic tonight. The topic tonight: Black men are the problem. It's sure convenient for Sister Anissa to come through tonight for this one.
Hey, she's here.
I thought this was the perfect night to make a comeback. I did.
Oh, okay. I bet you did. Okay, so listen. I want to start the show out. We talked about. Let me tell y'all something. Anthony Mackie, if you didn't see, Anthony Mackie had a conversation on the Pivot podcast, and he talked about his son and how he raises his boys. And he said that he teaches them to be the man of the house, no matter they're 15 years old, whatever. They're the man. When I'm not here, you're the man of the house. You protect your mom, you protect the house, you lock doors, you make sure the alarm is set, you make sure that you're taken care of. He said, don't ever let me catch you being stupid. He said he don't spoil his kids. They've never had a pair of Jordans in their life. They're simple children. No matter how much money he got, he's never going to spoil them. He went on and said that masculinity for the last 20 years, masculinity has been under attack. They have killed masculinity in men. Now, Friday at the barbershop, we had a pretty powerful conversation, Arpain, didn't we? Coach Bird, oh my God. And we had some men on the panel that said that that's some bullshit. That no boy should have that type of responsibility. He should not be looking after his family. He should not be the man of the house if his father is not there, which I disagree. So I happened to see something on social media, and I said, you know what? With these editing skills that I have, I'm going to put Anthony Mackie as the narrator for this video that I'm about to show you now. And this is what we have, ladies and gentlemen.
Since 20 years, we've been living through the death of the American male. They have literally killed masculinity in our homes and our communities, for one reason or another. But I raised my boys to be young men. And however you feel about that, you feel about that. But my boys will always be respectful. They will always say, yes, sir, yes, ma'am. No, sir, no, ma'am. They will always say thank you. They will always open a door for a lady. They will always make sure that their mother is taken care and provided for. They will always be men. And that's always since they were 2 years old. Every time I left for a job, I tell my 15-year-old, you're the man of the house. You make sure these doors are locked every night, this alarm is on, you text me or you call me every night before you go to bed and you wake up.
I love that.
Because we're men.
All right. Now, can anybody tell me what they saw in that video?
Utter confusion. Straight confusion. Support and kind of like a bipolar type thing.
Mm-hmm. Coach Ferg, what
Man.
did you see when you saw that video?
You know, I'll be honest, man. I didn't really pay attention to the video. I just listened to the words, right? And it just took me straight to my father, man. Salute to him, man.
The video is important, though. The
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Did
You
you
gotta play the video again.
Yeah,
you
you gotta look at that
20
video,
years
sir.
we've been living through the death of the American
Is it a
male.
boy or girl?
They have literally killed masculinity in our homes and our communities
That's why.
for one reason or another. But I raised my boys to be young men. And however you feel about that, you feel about that. But my boys will always be respectful. They will always say, yes, sir, yes, ma'am. No, sir, no, ma'am. They will always say thank you. They will always open the door for a lady. They will always make sure that their mother is taken care and provided for. They will always be men. And that's always since they were 2 years old. Every time I left for a job, I tell my 15-year-old, you're the man of the house. You make sure these doors are locked every night, this alarm is on, you text me or you call me every night before you go to bed and you wake up.
I love that.
Because we're men.
Coach Ferg, what did you see when you looked at that video?
Salute to the crack era, man. For real. Salute to everybody who sold crack back in the day. This is the end. This is sort of the middle of the end for that. You know, it's unfortunate, you know, and I've seen the rise of that a young man since that time, man. A lot of us had to escape that in my age group. A lot of Gen X, even the women, they tried to get away from it. The ones that stayed in the community. This is a result of them. We started having babies after we went to college, and you know, well, the people that was going to college to make a career, but the people that stayed in those neighborhoods, man, shoot, this has been happening for the last, I would say, 35 years. We're on our second generation because boys are now turning all the way to girls. And it's unfortunate because I'll guarantee you, I put money on it. This black man ain't had no chance to be in his son's life. This boy was raised around a bunch of women, especially sisters. Let's call it what it is, because I look at things in black and white. I worked in the worst of our communities, and this is sort of the feminist rhetoric that they're trying to push. And it's unfortunate because it's only going to hurt the women. Ladies, y'all got to change the behavior. Stand up to the other women. I know it might take some guts, but they need to hear the women at least put their work in and did things the right way. But you got to let the father have access to his son, even if he don't like you and you don't like him. Give him his boy 11 years old before his balls separate from his body. Yeah. Give him to his father. And you just tell him, do the best you can do. And this is the reality of it. Because the man, he's what? And you see how the young boy, it hit him. He like, oh, I'm graduating. My daddy looking at me. And the father couldn't say nothing. He's been raised around a whole bunch of black women who went to high school, and that's as far as they went. And they don't want nobody else up under them to be better. They brothers sold drugs, and this is it. The brothers is either deleting themselves or going to penitentiary. Now brothers are coming home, and they see the destruction. But I'll challenge any brother that sort of participate, go back and start talking to these young men. Let them know that they are masculine men. That's how men survive around the world.
I want to add some context. The father who walked up the driveway, the reason that the transformer is crying is because the father surprised the transformer by going to prom with his transformer. So he pulled up to match his transformer. I don't know. I'll give my word after this because I think right now my anger is too much it can't be delivered to. I want to be able to go through everybody first before I say what I have to say about the situation because black men are the problem. Masculine straight men are red flags. Anissa, what do you see when you see that video? I know you're proud and just happy that man and going to prom with his.
Please, absolutely not. Well, there's a great big contradiction between what Anthony Mackie was saying and what we were watching. So those things were in direct opposition from each other.
That's my point of doing it.
Direct opposition from
That's
each
why
other.
I did it.
And although I agree, I understand what Coach Ferg is saying as pertaining to that video, I do see where the man is the problem because not too long ago, there never would have been a father, not that I know of, that would have gotten himself together to match his transition son or whatever, saying, I'm going to take my son to the prom. We never would have seen no foolishness like that.
I agree with that.
So as pertaining to this video, I'm very surprised that that father
Showed up.
for that. So in that instance, yeah, that black man is the problem.
Absolutely.
Now he may have dressed up and gone and did his thing, but I don't know many black fathers that would have co-signed that and signed up to be the prom date. Let's just say that.
And he damn sure was no baby boomer. I can tell you that.
He wasn't no Gen X. He was
I don't know who he was, but yeah.
Well, I'm gonna tell you this. One of you. Well, I'm gonna tell you like this here. One of you niggas gonna have to claim him because he in the middle of one of y'all.
Yeah, I don't have to claim
like Pops.
It depends on how old Archie and Lisa are, because if
He
they're
look like
in their
Pops.
40s and late
Like
50s,
Pops at the top, man.
about the same age as Archie. They went to the
What
same
did you
school.
see when you saw the video, R-Pain? What were your thoughts?
I'm glad you played it the second time because, listen, I know Coach Fergus always starts with the crack era is the reason why everything is messed up. Okay, but I think this. Everything starts and ends with the crack era with Coach Fergus, man. So, but I'm saying there's so many factors that goes into the way we are. The feminism, the overall war on masculinity. I have to say it. Black Girl Magic was started by a lesbian feminist. And when Black Girl Magic came out, it sounded great, but what happened was our sisters forgot about their sons, their brothers, their fathers, their uncles, their nephews, and it just became a glory fest for just women. And that was 2013 or something like that. And so it's all the positive that it was supposed to bring, and you bring that back to the community. Women absorbed that and just brought it back to themselves based on a certain selfish nature. And so that's when we started hearing more and more that you don't need a father to raise a son. You don't need a husband to be in a family. Your community could just be run by women. Since Black Girl Magic, it exploded in politics. There's a reason why all of our women, 90% of our women are liberals. And that's horrible. They're just that liberal shit, man, that whole mindset. So it's not just Black Girl Magic. It's another thing on top of all the rest of the rhetoric. And it's not just Black community, the white women, everybody else. So it's not surprising that a man of that generation would, feed into that kind of stuff. Dwayne Wade fed into his son turning into a girl even before he reached puberty.
Magic Johnson.
Yeah.
Magic. It's crazy. You know what? I would have been a pariah because I would have never accepted that. So that man was a problem, but men in general are not the problem per se. But that particular man is a problem because he accepted that kind of stuff. Now, could he have prevented it? Well, if that kid's not living with him, he's not very much he could do.
What about the origin?
Say what?
What about the origin of why Black men are becoming more passive?
I got a theory. All right. Especially there's layers to that. Let me just be real quick. I think a lot of men who become effeminate, especially when they turn into transgenders, they don't want the responsibility or the pressure of being men.
Yeah.
Because women are coddled, not just Black women, women in general are coddled. They have a safety net. Men, we don't have no safety net. We have to, we have to,
be tough.
Kill our food. We have to go get our food, right? We have to earn everything we get.
Be tough all the time.
All the time. We don't have no safety net at all. You fail, you fail. You succeed, you succeed. Now you could have help and networking and all that, but that's still, you got to stand on your own 2 feet. Some men can't handle that pressure.
Right.
That's what I think. That's part of it, not all of it.
So it's a thing of to the breaking point. A lot of what's going on has been caused by at one period our children were joining so many gangs. Okay, so we wanted them to be tough. We wanted to protect our neighborhood. So in the 60s and 70s, we started teaching our children how to be tough and how to protect the neighborhoods. And then all of a sudden, hey, Johnny, hey, he's too angry all the time. They stay too angry. So it seemed like the mothers got together. We need to break these, we need to break them so that they can be more manageable. And then the no bullying came in. And so nobody's able to test their strengths anymore. And so every little fraction, somebody scratch somebody. It's a problem. So everything is being treated as an effeminate type of thing, like everything. You can't do this, you bullying, and it has really pushed our men to the point of it even goes back to the attorney general. It's the government, it's the mother, it's the children, and then it's the husband. So it's a major disconnect, and we don't have a lot of rights to say anything about anything. And, in the majority of the divorces, a woman could be gone for years and neglecting the children, and that man is still going to suffer through the years of not being able to get the benefits that woman would have gotten. That man is going to suffer because they're not going to give that man the same benefits or the same help that they would that woman. So a lot of men have been stripped of their rights to even defend their family, because now you have in the schools that if you hit your children, and here it is, you can't even hit your children anymore, especially a boy to try to toughen them up. You can't hit them because
that's not true.
Everything is gotten to a point where everything is looked in through the gay lens, is what I call it. The gay lenses. Everything has to be softened down. Man can't be too rough and tough around the edges, because now you got the generation of children. Boys can't even cut the grass because they can't get their shoes crinkly. They can't get their shoes dirty. You got the boys, fashion is great, but you got the males caught up in fashions worse than the women now. It's almost like it's serious. So I think the origin is, and I'm gonna let it go. The origin of it all is when you take the 10 Commandments out of teaching the home, teaching the structure of the home. And once you break the structure of the home, then it's a broken home. And I'm gonna rest my case with that one.
Okay, now, Alicia, I want to know what your thoughts are, and then we'll get JT in, and then we'll have a full discussion here. Alicia, what are your thoughts when you watch that video?
It's sad. It's really sad, but it goes back to what the world is pushing: love, and free will. Free will, and you're supposed to love people no matter what it is. And so a lot of that has been pushed off on the fathers. You don't love your child enough. You're supposed to accept him the way he is, and then the family will turn their back on him because this particular person does not support that. So it's a lot of the word is not here. That's the issue. The word is not being taught right. It's being taught wrong. And then everybody's caught up in love.
All right, JT. Did you see the video, JT?
You know I saw the video. You already know I saw this shit.
Absolutely. What are your thoughts when you saw the video?
It goes to what I've been saying for the past 2 years. It's a war on femininity and masculinity, on both. And specifically, it's hitting us in the Black community so bad, where we have to deal with the humiliation, Black men, of trying to accept our sons being so-called women. We look like the villains. We are the ones that look like the villains. That was the walk of shame for that father to have to walk up that driveway for to see his son in a dress looking like a woman. That's a walk of shame.
Lord have mercy, man.
They telling us that we don't have to, we can't have pride anymore. They telling us this. We don't have any say so. The reason why a lot of our, we have a lot of the plight of what's happening with these children was because the word of the man means nothing, specifically black men, to black women. And by default, what that boy gonna say to, what he gonna say to his son? As soon as he tell his son that what he's doing is wrong, he's the villain. So now they done worked on us so much where we getting old. That was Gen X. By the way, that man is a Gen X.
Hold on, he must be one of them. He one of them newer Gen X. He's in his 40s.
It don't matter. He can be a late boomer, but he's a Gen X. But the thing is that I said it 2 years ago, and I'm gonna say it again. We are in a state of emergency, and everybody want to do the fucking hustle. Everybody wants to do what's the new hustle now, y'all? Boots on the ground.
Yeah.
You see these young men walking around with fans. You see these men walking around with fans. And it's not just they don't have their place in masculinity. They don't have masculinity in them. Even the ones that's so-called straight, over hypersexual. They out here messing around with Transformers, Decepticons, just like they messing around with the doggone women. You can't tell the difference from a woman and a man now. Why? Because neither one of them have masculinity, nor do they have femininity. They're canceling themselves out. Look how these girls are looking. We would call it masculine, but it's not. They're acting the same way. Look how they're fighting each other. Oh, I'm coming back, black man, and I'm about to show y'all what I'm talking about. Do you know how bad it is for these young ladies now? Their babies are being murdered by young women. I don't know if you guys seen the story of the girls. They set they had a what they call it, a reveal party, or no, it was a baby shower for a girl.
Yeah, set up. That's all.
They set her up. They beat her up at her own baby shower, and she had a miscarriage. There was another woman that was fighting a girl, took her baby and slammed the baby up against the wall. Same thing happening with these young men.
JT, but tonight, JT, okay, wait here. Tonight, JT, we need to destroy the men. Okay.
I am, but I got a point. I was about to land it. Where it is that you don't have men, fathers, and their daughters or sons. They've destroyed we don't have, our word don't mean nothing in this land no more. Nothing. Look what just happened. Look what happened on this platform, black man. Last week or the week before, we had somebody telling us that we the villains. Am I lying about that? Young man. Young dude.
Yeah, a couple weeks ago.
Same thing. Now we got to see not only that one, a man doing the walk of shame to his son wearing a dress. What was on, y'all?
JT, I got a question for you.
No, RP, don't ask no questions because everybody has to go. And then we'll
I thought everybody did go.
Okay, now it's my turn. Okay.
No, but before you go, let me just answer. It's on this point. JT don't have to be.
It's my turn.
I'm so
Y'all at the fit to go. Go ahead, man.
I want you to hold on to that, okay? Hold it. Hold it like
It's a hot topic.
I want to say this.
It's a hot topic.
Everybody was so nice You guys are so nice.
Yeah, I know.
I
It's
will not
us.
be. I will not be. This fucking transformer, whose mother allowed him to be a transformer,
Mm-hmm.
is sitting outside, so confused that the top of the dress is a tuxedo and the bottom is a dress. I'm gonna start there. If you watch the true audio of this video, you'll hear the women telling the transformer, "Girl, don't cry on that makeup. Gather, gather, gather yourself. Gather. Don't cry on the makeup." And the transformer, with 8-foot long nails like his mother, start to dampen his eyes with his fingers. But then you had Leroy come up the driveway. Leroy is a bitch ass nigga. That's what Leroy is. See, y'all gonna play with this tonight. I'm not. Leroy is a bitch ass nigga. And the reason that Leroy is a bitch ass nigga is because Leroy is supporting this. Let me tell you what somebody told me today. Somebody told me today an aisle 5. If anybody don't know what aisle 5 is, most of these niggas are like aisle 5 at Walmart. And we predominantly in every Walmart, sugar is on that aisle. Now, the daddy is okay with his son wearing a half tux, half dress to a prom, to the point where his mama has convinced him, Leroy, you gonna take that boy to prom. The reason that Leroy's a bitch ass nigga is because Leroy should have stood up. Let me do it anecdotally, what I would have said. My wife comes to me and say, our son is no longer, my son's name is Jacoby. If Jacoby is no longer Jacoby, his name is Jamila. He's going to put on a purple dress. He's going to have a wig on. He's going to have his makeup done. We're going to get his nails done. By the time she got through talking, her and him would need dentist appointment because they probably wouldn't have any teeth. You're not going to come and disrespect me and tell me that my son needs a dress, because I would think that she was demonically possessed. I'd have to knock the demon out of her. My son couldn't come to me and tell me no shit like that. Matter of fact, both of them would probably have to move out. I'll probably just find me another nicely young lady, divorce her, find a nice young lady, get married, and start over. I don't even think I'd have anything else to do with it. I am not Magic Johnson. I am not Dwayne Wade. All right. We know Magic Johnson got HIV virus, which was particularly back in that time a homosexual disease. So we're not going to exempt him from booty holism, because he was probably partaking in booty holism as well.
Yes, he was.
Dwayne Wade sat on the Pivot podcast and said that he used to wear his mama and his sister's shoes and their heels and dress like them because he liked the way he looked, and he used to get his ass beat because his mom and his aunts wouldn't allow him to be what he wanted to be. So in so many words, he told us that he was also an aisle 5 at Walmart. And now that his son wants to be a girl, he's going to live through his son. The world we're living in today, the father is out of line, the mother is out of line, the son is out of line. But I'm going to say this, and then Arpan, you can have it so we can move forward. When you open Pandora's box, this is what happens. Last week, or a week before last, we were told that we were the enemy. Black men are the enemy. But if we really take a closer look, the biggest supporter of homosexual men, and tonight I ain't got to say black men because that's what we talk about here, our culture of people. The biggest supporter of gay black men are who? Anybody want to answer that question?
Women.
Great women. Nothing but women.
No. Black women.
White women too.
If you go out on an all girls retreat, now there are 6 women there that were born biological women, and there's 4 there that are who want to become one. Women can't even have their own vacations anymore, right? If you go to a baby shower, you got a girl who is a stud that's pregnant by a nigga who is trans. Some of the most confusing shit I've ever seen in my life. Right? Big old stud sitting up there with a belly, with a line going down. So I'm pregnant. And the boy over there telling me, I am, yes. Yeah, she is. The fuck. Saturday and Sunday, again, I had to defend my daughter against male basketball players. I sent the picture to y'all. Did y'all saw the picture? Okay. These boys trying to. I'll send it to you, Archie and Alicia. These boys were trying to play against my daughters. I mean, boy, look like he's 6'1". It ain't gonna happen. When you open Pandora, when black women start because black women are the majority of everything. Black women are deciding votes. Black women swing states. Black women have all this. My body, my choice. They got everything. And one of the things they did was gave power to these sissies. And now what the sissy did, he said, thank you so much, sweetheart. Now get the fuck back because we taking over your spot now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We're going to come get, and remember the show we had, JT, we played the video? What did the sissy say? Because when I played the video, nobody on the panel knew it was a transformer. That surgery, Mandrell was on the platform. Mandrell said, damn, them doctors do good surgery now.
Mm-hmm.
You couldn't even tell it was a man. The cheekbones, you couldn't tell by the throat, nothing until the video was over. But guess what he said when he told everybody in the video? They was like, when I pulled this person up, everybody was like, damn, she bad. Woo!
Except for me, I was like,
Right? But guess what happened? At the end of the video, she said, you black bitches, we got the same hair that y'all got. We wear the same makeup y'all got. The only difference is you bitches can have babies and we can't.
Yep.
I remember that.
She said, I got a pussy. I no longer have a dick. I have a pussy. My clit work. I feel all that dick. I got a pussy hole for him to fuck me in. And she said, I'm going to take your niggas. We going to take y'all niggas because they don't know. We're going to take your niggas and they ain't got to worry about child support. They ain't got to worry about babies. They ain't got to worry about menstrual cycles. They can come get it anytime they want it. And we gonna have all y'all men. We're going to take them.
he called them all incubators.
They said, the transformer said, all black women are incubators. You just hold the babies and push them out.
That's
But with black men, oh yes, man, they put these black women up on the screen. The other day, Sharon was having a show. Shout out to Sharon for coming.
Still a man.
Whoa. Shout out to Sharon for participating in the show. Pause. Last week, because that's one of the things. Angry Man, you're welcome to join the show. The link is at the top of the chat, or I'll send it to you, IG. So this is the problem that we're having. All right, when Sharon came in last week, we had this conversation. I sent Sharon a video to his show, and I want to go find it so I can show y'all. And I sent the video to Sharon. Sharon say, that's a pretty ass nigga. Ain't no way that's no boy. I said, Sharon, that's a boy. Long, pretty hair, built like a woman, look like a woman. No nigga. JT, if I showed it to you, you wouldn't think it. She passed by you on the street, you're not going to think it.
Yeah.
And this is what we're dealing with now. This is what your son's going to be bringing home because they can't look under their skirts. They can't look at their birth certificates. They can't look at their come on, their license, their ID. So your son's going to be bringing these transformers home, banging them out. And you'll be like, damn, my son be banging out for 3 years. She ain't got no baby. This is the last thing I'm going to say and I'm done. The radio show, JT knows about this, the radio show, a transformer called in to the radio show and said, I've been married for 5 years. Me and my husband love each other. She said, my husband wants a child. He's been going to the doctor since we can't get pregnant. He's been going to the doctor getting his sperm checked. He's been going to all these different doctors and specialists to get his sperm checked, make sure his sperm count is good. They say nothing's wrong. He can't figure it out. She said, but I have a secret. I was born a man. And I cannot give him a child. And she said, the guilt is eating me up. And I need to tell him. The host of the show said, you're going to need 3 things. A pastor, an ambulance, and a life insurance policy, I think is it.
Yeah.
Because of what's going to happen when you tell him. This is where we at right now. So when we say black men are the problem, these black people are the problem. It amazes me that all the criticism that heterosexual men get, We get ate alive every day. We're the enemy. I heard preachers say that you can't say, the man in church said, hey, listen, I'm a sinful man. I was born into sin. He said, just because I got married don't mean I don't see booty and titties. This is what he said. They drug him for 8 weeks. You don't talk like that in church. But a week later, you got a transformer preaching and nobody says nothing. Everybody please stand up. Big ass beard, makeup on, red lipstick, wig down the back.
Yeah.
All the black women in the church, praise the Lord, everybody. Deacon, 103 years old, praying at Pastor Jamal Bryant's church with his stupid ass.
Yeah.
Father God, we sure thank you for the gay people. Thank you for the LGBTQIA+. Thank you. So use them in the way that you know how. Lord, we thank you. Use them. Use the gay people. I say nigga. But on Father's Day, they say, on Father's Day, the same church, Pastor Jamal Bryant, the same church, he says, fathers, I want to say happy Father's Day to all the mothers who stand in the gap for no good fathers. This is on Father's Day. I would like all the mothers who had to be a father and a mother to stand up. How embarrassing is that on Father's Day? To have women stand up, because this is where we are today, because black men are the problem. Black men, heterosexual men, men who have a voice, men are not, and somebody said this earlier, men are not listened to. We are not listened to. No, there's no concern. Men can't give a woman safety. He can't give her advice. He can't tell her what to do. He can't tell her where to go. He can't tell her what to wear. He can't tell her nothing because she ain't gonna listen. But as soon as a man grab her and pull her in the alleyway, then she wants you to put your cape on and kill everybody that look like him. Mm-hmm. But the man told you, don't go. I don't think you should go out with your friends to that club tonight. Mm-hmm. Baby, I don't think you should go on the girls trip. I don't think you should be 3,000 miles away from me and I'm your protection with a whole bunch of women. Baby, I don't think you should do this. Baby, I don't think you should do this. In a lot of these situations, men ain't standing up and ain't saying nothing. Go get my wife right now and tell her to tell me that my son gay with a dress on and see what happened in this motherfucker. It won't be no more black men until I'll be in prison. Don't come tell me no shit about my son being something that God didn't create him to be.
Sure.
That right there is one of the reasons that a lot of the black men will not intervene and try to prevent their child. A lot of them been in prison though, brother. A lot
Archie, I don't care. You can put me in prison. Put me in prison. Put me in prison. Put me on the top of a mountain. Put me at the back of a church.
But let me make the point though.
I ain't trying to hear you.
A lot of our men, okay, if you got 13% of men are African Americans in America, and you have a healthy percentage of them that are men that are locked up.
That's not true, brother.
So
it's only been hold up. Throughout the history of the last 30 years, it's only roughly been 1.5 million brothers total in the penal system.
No, that's in the U.S. though.
But that's all I'm worried about is the U.S. black man, the ones that we getting shitted on, the ones that we turning our boys.
It ain't 1 million of them.
So that's what I'm saying. The number's really low, and those numbers.
I know the numbers. I know the numbers are not going to ever be accurate. But what I'm saying is, when we go into the average home, where it should be mother and father, black mother and father, there's majority mothers, man. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. So I'm looking.
But that was brother. I'm gonna ask you a question because I wanted, when I heard you talking, I just want to ask you a question. How old were you in 1978?
I was just born.
Okay, so I was 10, right? And what I saw around America on TV and cable, young black men and young black women were doing their thing. We were creating 3-on-3 basketball, double Dutch competitions around the country. We were playing, what else? We was riding dirt bikes. We was learning how to box. Brothers could hang out without really taking each other out. We will smoke a little weed, drink a little drink, if that. Mothers of that time were still putting the child first. Mothers were showing up, having conversations with the community, and the boys would grow up to be 6'9". It wasn't a lot of crack cocaine and all of that in the community. And I'm saying from 78 to 88, when I was out of high school, I saw the transformation firsthand. I saw people getting hooked on drugs, especially moms. See, feminism took the father out, but then when that crack cocaine, young brothers were selling drugs in the homes of their mamas.
Right.
A lot of young brothers were taking out each other. This when the dynamic changed because those mothers were smoking. Those daughters and sisters started getting hooked on that drug, and now they have children.
So, Coach,
this is where we are. But over the last 35 years, it's been a culmination of that because it really unbalanced the community. There were still some good brothers, regardless what they was doing. They was protectors of the community. Uncles, brothers, wasn't a lot of dudes walking around flipping their wrists. My family was 70% male, and none of us turned out switching and shit. Nobody, all my mother's sisters were married. Cousins were married, and there were good families all over. It wasn't none of this. Now the man is when it, okay. So
hey,
the
Coach.
fact that I don't know, man. This shit getting weird.
Hey, Coach, I wanted to go back to what Archie was saying. I don't want to just erase what he was saying as if it didn't exist.
Welcome to the show tonight. The velvet voice of YouTube himself, Lost in Translations in the building. Yay, yay, yay.
Yay, yay. What's up, boy? But what Archie was saying, it did have an impact, though. There was another one where a man was just getting out of prison and he was meeting his son he ain't seen his son since his son was like, 3 years old. And when he came to meet his son, guess what his son was? He was no, he wasn't a gang member.
Transformer.
He was a transformer.
Yeah.
He was a Decepticon. And that man had to sit on there again. He had to sit there in that, and they got this camera in his face and look like he was pleased with it. Mm-hmm. Oh, I love you, boy. No, that's some crazy shit.
Yeah.
You got these men, so it is an impact. It's a lot of it that has impact our families. They did a job on us, bro. No doubt about it.
Now I'm gonna say this too, though. All right, because I want to get lost in translation. Did you see the video? Angry Man, did you see the video? Okay, I'm gonna get y'all in here in a second. I just want to finish it out by saying this, and I'm gonna move on. Lord have mercy. I need. Let me get myself together. I need to play the second video first. And then we all can have a conversation for the remainder of the evening. But I got to get both of these out because it bothers me that black men are the problem. Masculine straight men are red flags. I've never seen anything like this. And I don't know no woman that when something happens, the world goes to shit. Somebody start firing off a couple of rounds. I don't know no woman who looking for Saucy Santana to save them.
Right.
Hey, black man, you want to go ahead and get those super chats out first before you do it?
Yeah. All right, we got CJ Wilkins with the $5. He said the black women in the video must almost have an evil joy at seeing that young man castrated before his dad, who has failed him by even feeling safe to wear a dress.
Good word, because that's the new castration. That is.
Yep. CJ Wilkins, $2. He said, absent Leroy's leads to bushy. Hold on. I'll tell you the button. Absent Leroy's lead to bussy juniors. Shaking my head. Sweet as fuck. Then we have the Angry Man. Thank you, Angry Man, for the $9.99 super chat. He said, the problem is the women. The women raised these men. We're going to get into that in just a second. So let me finish this. So I believe that we're in like JT said, we're in a state of emergency. I've never seen anything like this in my life. I've never seen grown heterosexual men bow to such horrible things when it comes to their children. I would rather stand. I'm gonna die standing on my feet than being on my goddamn knees. And I'm gonna stand up against whatever I feel like is wrong, and I'm gonna say what it is. Because right now, my sons are confused. I took my sons to Mardi Gras, and I didn't take them to the bad one. That night when they get down. I took my children to the day one. And the bands were marching through, Angry Man. And you know, the dancing girls, remember back in the day, the dancing girls that we all as young boys used to look at and be like, yeah, baby, I know that's right. Hey, throw that thing, right? Now it's boys in the band going down the street. You can't even enjoy little girl. The little boys can't enjoy the little girls no more. Now, even the dance companies, boys with shaved heads with purple lipstick on, and 1, 2, what the fuck is happening? My son came to me. He said, "Daddy, what's wrong?" I said, "Son, I don't know." My son said, "Daddy, I want my." I'm telling you, my 12-year-old, you know, he's like his daddy crazy. My 12-year-old said, "Dad, I want to beat him up so bad. Why are you out there with the girls?" I said, "Son, don't beat him up." I said, "You just gotta pray for him." He said, "Dad, they beyond praying for." He said, "That's sad." He said, "My 12-year-old talk just like he done been here before." My 12-year-old say, "Daddy, somebody mama signed them up." He said, "Hey, mama signed them up for that." He said, "How you feel about that, Dad?" I said, "Son, I agree with you. We'll talk about it when we get back home." This is where we are. But anyway, welcome to the show, Angry Man. Welcome to the show. Lost Translation is in the building tonight. Angry Man, what are your thoughts when you saw the video of the Transformer and the daddy strolling up the driveway to take his Transformer son to the prom? What are your thoughts?
I wasn't surprised. Not at this point.
Lord.
The one thing I will say, like, make no mistake about it, the initial problem is the women. The secondary problem is the men. The women are the problem because they're doing this on purpose. And the reason why they're doing this, the reason why you see so many Black women that actually promote and encourage this whole homosexual lifestyle for these men is because, quite frankly, Black women hate Black men. And they love seeing them emasculated. Now, if you disagree with that, I'll put it to you like this. If they were cool, if they were genuinely cool with gay men, why do they still use that as an insult? Notice that if you're a straight man and they got a problem with you, they will call you a homophobic slur, even if they have a friend that's homosexual.
That's right.
So that lets you know right there they're not cool with that. But why do they like it for us? Because it's a way to diminish us. It's a way to look down on us.
Right.
A way to emasculate us, right? Now, the men are secondary as far as being the problem, because quite frankly, we got a bunch of weak ass niggas running around here.
Preach, boy.
Like, they weak as hell.
Yeah.
They're so afraid that they're gonna offend women. They're so afraid that you know the community is not gonna accept them. And quite frankly, I'm look, I can't speak for every other man, but I know for a fact that if most Black men thought the way that I did, we would have burned the community to the ground before we let this shit happen the way it's happening.
Yeah.
I mean, ready to crash completely the fuck out.
All the way.
Because this is ridiculous. This is utterly ridiculous. And like, bro, there's too many Black men that just ain't willing to be like, you know what? It's like that Kaiser Sose shit on The Usual Suspects. When they was holding his family hostage and he just shot everybody. And they looked at him like, why would he do that? Because he would rather for them to be gone than to see what life was going to look like after that day with everything that they did and shit. See, the difference between us and every other group of men is every other group of men, they're willing to press the self-destruct button if they got to. Like, once they see things that's gone too far past, it's like, okay, you know what? It's time to push the button. It's crash out time, bro. We not doing this, fam. Like, bro, I posted a video of a dude that was married to a woman, and he had on a tux that had the back out.
Yeah.
And I'm like, bro, I put the caption, I said, who's gonna tell her? Because she's gonna find out later on. Because that, like, I don't know no straight man that wants to walk around with a tux on that has the back out like it's a dress. Like, look, BMU, I'm gonna tell you the truth, bro. I feel like I'm in the wrong time period.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I would have been much more comfortable in the 1920s with racism and all of that. I could have dealt with all of that compared to this shit, because in this day and age, you can't even be a man anymore.
What about solution?
Hold on. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there.
Let's-
I don't think I think once you dip your dick in aisle 5 at Walmart, it's never coming back. But I'm gonna play this video because I think it's important to what you just, the second part of what we're gonna talk about. And this is gonna be the last video, and I only had 2 because we don't need a lot tonight. Let me play this for y'all. Anissa, hold on to yourself now, because this the women that you be taking up for. Okay. Okay, just want you to know. Okay, you looking cute tonight too. I just want to let you know that too. Okay, you look good over there, Sugarfoot. I don't know, you got your stomach on there. What's what you got going on there?
She is glowing. Anissa is glowing.
Oh,
She's glowing.
She got us up. Okay, here we go. Here we go.
Biggest dating red flag.
Is it being on the DL?
You're on the right track. I have my answer.
Is it close enough?
You want to guess one more time what would be a red flag for me?
Bad music taste?
Oh, that is a good one.
Because that's one for me.
That is a good one.
Like,
That's
what
not
do you
what
mean
I
you
put.
don't listen to Michael Jackson? But okay.
Okay. This is a huge red flag for me.
All right. It's so crazy. I was going to say men.
Strike one. You're a man.
Yeah.
And you're heterosexual.
Yeah. I was going to say, so technically, because my mind was already there, I don't think I deserve to eat a wing.
I think you do, friend.
Lost in translation. The floor is yours. You can speak on both videos, sir. After seeing that bullshit.
The first video, I'm going to start out with train up a child in the way they should go. Is when they're older, they will not depart. Clearly, in this particular situation, some training got missing. Clearly. And if I had to bet the farm, I would say that the dad didn't live with the son. If I had to. Because he showed up in a car in a suit that matched his son's outfit.
Right.
So I'm thinking to myself, somebody had to tell him.
Yep.
Somebody had to tell him. And generally, the ones who are the loudest are the ones who are complicit. If you go back and watch the video without the Anthony Mackie to it, it's the women that are championing this behavior.
Yeah.
And to me, it seems like the boy values the sound of his mother more than his father. So that leads me to believe that the father's not there. Also, if I had to surmise what happened in that particular situation, is that man had no control of his own entire house because he got this rowdy, unruly woman. You know what I mean? As a baby mother / wife. I don't know what that particular situation is because, it's fluid these days. You know what I'm saying? People don't get married. They just have kids. You know what I'm saying? So I'm thinking to myself, it's better to live on the corner of a shack than it is to live with a quarrelsome woman. Sometimes, fellas, you got to be ready to shut it down. You got to be willing to burn it up. You got to be willing to say, hey, I ain't going along with this. I don't give a damn who like it or not. And that's the problem. We don't have enough people willing to walk away. We don't have enough people willing to say enough is enough. Think about it, man. When this young man gets older, he is going to experience a hurt that he was never coddled by his mama to give him. He will not be prepared for what this world has to offer. And his father's heart is going to be broken.
Yeah.
Because it was nothing that he can do about it. But my whole thing is this: sometimes men, you gotta do better. You gotta pick better. This particular situation, it reeks of his lack of masculinity, because he to me it just seems like he picked a woman that was just there instead of a woman that was prepared for the mission at hand. You see what I'm saying? And she didn't honor what he said, but all of a sudden, you know, when he shows up in his purple brocade, you know what I'm saying? So he can match his son's tuxedo. As one of the guys on your video said, on his TD Jake swallowed gown. You see what I'm saying, that he had on. I was like, you gotta be kidding me.
Now, lost in translation.
Be okay with that?
You know I'm surgical with this bitch. I got the original video already. You ready?
Yeah, run it back. Run it for the card.
I'm gonna run the original without Anthony Mackie. Okay, I took the Anthony out of it. Okay?
Right. Run it for the cardio, man.
Yeah, here we go. Lord have mercy. Dick riding. Just where's my damn video at? Oh, there it is.
Surprised his son by taking him to the prom.
Don't mess up that makeup, gather.
Look down, let him cry. Oh, he's crying. Oh my God. Oh, you made him cry. Wait.
Now look at the face of that daddy. That's my daughter on prom night. I'm gonna embrace my daughter. He don't want to be there, y'all.
That father right there, he needs somebody to kick his ass.
Yeah,
that's what he needs. He needs somebody to go ahead.
You think he's sleepwalking?
He need to be woke up. Somebody need to wake him up with a right, just one good time. Just you see the movies when people get all hysterical and shit, and you have to slap the hell out of them.
Yeah. Snap out of it.
He needs his great grandfather to come back from the afterlife just for a brief second and just wow, just one good time.
Mm-hmm. But you do know that a lot of black men are afraid of law enforcement.
Oh, my bad. I see you down there.
Because they pump.
It ain't about law enforcement.
Because they pump.
They scared, brother.
It ain't about law enforcement.
A lot of them are afraid to put their hands on their sons, sir.
It ain't about law enforcement.
I'm just trying to tell you, they locking people up for whooping their children, bro.
It ain't about they don't. Not if you know how to. It ain't about law enforcement. Law enforcement is too late.
Hold on a second, gentlemen. I ain't quite done yet.
I seen my son come walking up to the house one day after he got off work. He had one of them crossbody bags on, right?
Mm-hmm.
I came downstairs. I talked so much shit to his ass. He never wore one again. And I'm talking about at first he got mad. You feel me? And it was about to be some furniture moving in this motherfucker. But I told him, I said, yo, you don't take that punk ass shit somewhere like anybody doing that goofy ass shit. I said, you need a bag? Go get a fucking book bag, put it on your back, nigga. Hell is wrong with you?
In the video, hold on a second. I'm gonna bring you up, Jeff.
All right.
In the video, I don't know if y'all paid attention to this or not, but the young man was crying that his father was there. Let me ask you a question. Do you think he would have been crying if his mother would have did the same thing? No, I'm going to tell you why. Boys seek the approval of their father.
That's it.
Yep.
Boys seek the approval of their father. And he was so overwhelmed that he couldn't contain himself. Let me tell you something. Your mama can cheer you on until the cows come home. But the minute the old man give you the okay, that's more than enough. You see what I'm saying? That's the main reason why it's important for men to be in the lives of their sons. It's so important. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. Jeff, welcome, sir.
Hey, people. Hey.
Uncle Jeff, did you get a chance to see the video, sir?
Hey, but you know that's kind of by design, BMU. Sometimes I be trying to like miss the sweet pickle videos because I get the point.
No, you got to see this one.
I got to see this
one because it's got one of your boys in it that you need to correct.
Oh my Lord.
One in your generation.
Hold it about
Surprised his son by taking him to the prom.
Okay, I saw it.
Don't mess up that makeup,
I was pretty clear. I didn't need to see it. I tell you what it is an absolute. You are looking at the face of the breakdown of our culture. You're looking at a man who, as a man, has accepted this, has co-signed this femininity from his son, and B, the people who need men the most, the black people who need men the most, are the ones cheering the loudest in the back. What else these dudes got to do to y'all? What else they got to do? The number one demographic for the HIV virus is black women between the ages of 28 and 50. And it's always been that. And you know where they got that from? They didn't get it from brothers who go sleep with other women and come back and give it to them. They got it from brothers who sleep with other brothers and lie to them about it. This desire to accept and be accepted on your own level is poisonous. And that's what you're looking at. That's exactly what you're looking at. And I've never understood it, brother. I'll say this, I'll land it. And you know, for those in the legitimate community who may watch this and get upset later, well, that means you're exactly who the fuck I'm talking about. I just don't understand I don't want to understand. I want to have a better reasoning, a better explanation than I have for why black women embrace gay men on such a deep level.
Oh, you missed my explanation.
Oh, that's the shit. That's you know, I love when me and Angry Man disagree. I don't know if we do or here or not, but I always learn. So
you don't disagree.
You missed my explanation. The problem is black women promote that and encourage that because they love to see black men broken. They genuinely have a hatred for black men. And it's because the entire society trains them to hate us. And they have accepted the training, they have accepted the programming, hook, line, and sinker. So much so that for the past 60 years, they've been perpetuating Jim Crow lies about us. The same thing that white men used to say about us that wasn't true. Now they say the shit. It still ain't true. They still talk about how we don't take care of our children. That's a lie.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's a bunch of things. And look, I know all y'all don't agree with this because some of y'all brothers still got hope. You feel what I'm saying? I personally, JT, I don't think we're in a state of emergency. I think the emergency is over. I think what you're looking at now is like the emergency is when the house is on fire.
Right.
You still got a shot at putting the fire out. You feel what I'm saying? What you're looking at right now is the smoldering ashes of where the house used to be. That's what you're looking at right now.
Oh yeah, bro. You looking at Sodom and Gomorrah again.
Yeah, you reach over there and pick up the black community and do it like this, and it crumbles in your damn hand. And look, here's the thing, like I like using movie references. Y'all saw the movie Batman v Superman, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
When Superman went into Congress to answer the questions, right? And the dude had the bomb inside of the wheelchair, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was shielded with lead, so Superman couldn't see it. So by the time he knew it was a bomb, it blew up. And because he was invulnerable, he had to stand there and watch everybody burn. That's the black man. The black man is standing in the black community watching it burn. And the craziest thing about it, just like Superman, the black man has the power to stop it, but he can't. His damn hands is tied. So he just has to watch it burn. It's the most disgusting. Like, I've been watching it burn since I was a teenager.
Yeah, bro.
I've been telling niggas back and forth, bro, this shit. The first time I knew something was wrong was when I was at a cookout and they was playing some music. I think they was playing Soulja Boys when he first came out. And some of the girls that were like 5, 6, 7 years old, they was twerking. And I said, hey.
Nobody say nothing, right?
I said, hey.
What the fuck y'all doing?
Hey, stop letting them girls dance like that. You know what the women said? Oh, leave them girls alone. They just having fun. I said, see, that's that bullshit. That's how it starts. That's how it starts because women don't have enough foresight to understand why certain things are problematic. And quite frankly, there aren't enough black men. There's not enough black men that's willing to say, hey, yo, shut the fuck up and sit your stupid ass down. We're not doing this shit. We're not doing this.
And I don't mean it any nicer.
Yeah, we're not doing this. Like, there's too many black men that just stand by and watch it because, quite frankly, it's gotten to the point where black men are scared of black women.
Well, no. See, now that's where I got pushed back, bro. Oh, okay. Let
me get this super chat first.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. We got CJ Wilkins. He says, $5 super chat. He said, video number 2, 2 ashy Negro bed wenches proudly mocking black men. We as godly men must save who we can save. These two are the ones Harriet would have shot. I don't know if you saw the second video, Uncle Jeff, where black women now, and I looked this up today because I said, it just can't be one black woman saying this.
Yeah, but this is the thing. You need to because this is very important. This is very important. The influence that young lady has in the industry and who she influences is very important.
Isn't she's a bisexual rapper, singer,
she's
or
a
whatever?
Rapper, singer,
Yeah.
So
her name is Doji or whatever the hell her name is, but she's very who?
Doeshi?
Doeshi. They call it Doshi. Yeah.
I want you guys to go to your X handles or any social media handle, and I want you to do hashtag. Right? Which one was it? Hashtag Dochi. I think it was her name, or it was hashtag no straight men or something like that. And it's
the whole straight man red flag thing.
Yeah. She said that, and most of the women in the comments, if you would read the comments of these women, they're saying, "Oh my God, I'm so glad you said out loud what I've been thinking forever."
That was what I was saying. That's why I said it was important, black man, for us to see the influence. So when you go there and you look at those comments, you're gonna see it ain't just two black women that are just talking. That's my point.
So basically, black women are saying that the heterosexual man needs to die out because they need a man who has experienced homosexual behavior in order for them to relate to them.
Okay.
So black women, the younger black women now, if you go in, I'm telling you, if you go look at them comments, it's up 1.3 million of them bitches And just
Okay.
go look at the women on there saying, girl, I've been saying that because a nigga that's been broke by a nigga ain't gonna have all them expectations for me. All type of shit.
Okay.
And I'm like, oh my God.
I don't.
These are the
I don't.
young women that our sons gonna have to look up to. And these are the questions on the date. So, hey, so where are you from? Oh, I'm from Louisiana. Good, good. I've never been there. I would like to go there too. Hey, but you know, I just want to let you know, I don't want to lead you on or nothing. I just want to know, you ever been fucked by a nigga before? Because you're not bisexual, I'm not fucking with you.
Okay. I'm trying to see. I'm gonna say this again. I'm trying to see how this is bad news. Whenever, remember, has anybody heard of the Great American Black Woman Shortage? Me neither. We're outnumbered by 2 million.
Yep.
Anytime they are happy enough to go, hear me. I'm a fool. I'm who they talking about in Isaiah 4, Isaiah 3, the end of Isaiah 3. That's me. Hi, I'm uncoachable. I'm untrustworthy. I'm gonna give you word for word in the time of crisis. I'm gonna stand up in your face. I have no idea what it is what your peace model is, because I don't know what my peace model is. When they are nice enough to go on social media and make these statements, gentlemen that are in their area, they are doing you the hugest favor. Because now that's one you ain't got to deal with. There are 1.8 million sisters who have stepped up and said, you cannot build a future with me. We should be saying thank you. You should be, if you find a girl in your area, cancel her and then go down her friends list. Look at the friends who talk like her, cancel them. We trying to find extraordinary women, right? Well, let's do what the FBI does with all this social media and profile. This will help you not put your dick over in crazy.
Yep.
It's real simple. They showing you who they are. I don't see it as a complaint.
And I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna get Anissa in here, then Archie and Alicia in here, then our pain. Everybody gets back in. But I just want to say this. I've been traveling with my daughter with the AAU team, right? And I went to Houston, and we went to Austin, and we went to we're just traveling. This weekend they're in Longview, Texas. Shout out to my baby. They won the championship to get to Longview this week. So they're doing amazing. Now,
Congrats.
And I posted a picture. I sent y'all a picture of y'all family. But I just want to say this. Ooh, just to see when they play this music at these games on the translation. I go to my daughter's volleyball. My daughter plays a lot of sports. She plays the AAU basketball, but she also plays volleyball for the school. When I go to these games and they put these songs on, Megan Thee Stallion, anything nasty, you should see. And I said to myself, it will be weird for me to video it, so I'm not gonna do that stupid shit. But y'all need to I'm just gonna tell you what I see. When the first thing they do, them girls, is they start putting their fingers between their legs, rubbing their titties and shit. These are 14, 15-year-old girls right before a volleyball game. Hey, over that leg up. I said, what the fuck? Ain't nobody gonna say nothing? They over there basically fucking the air. Y'all not finna say nothing. They bent over the chairs, they twerking their asses. And I'm just looking like, what is it? And I look up at my daughter, and my daughter say, bro, Anissa, baby, men are the problem. And masculine straight men are red flag. Anissa, do your man gotta be bisexual for you to be with him?
Oh God, absolutely not. That's the craziest thing. That's just the craziest thing I've ever heard. I don't know much about that young lady. I think I just saw her at the Grammys or something. Was probably the
Super
first time
popular right now.
I had heard her name.
Yeah.
And then I think shortly after that, she was on Charlemagne the God, and I heard her say the same thing. But I think because she said she's bisexual, that she has no problem with a man that is bisexual. So all that just tells me is that she's just a lost young lady. She's just absolutely lost. She's lost in a lifestyle, and it's just she's just open to any and everything, and it's just a bunch of debauchery. But I was, and going back to the first video, I wanted to say I feel like the mother and the father have failed that young man. Because
Absolutely.
like Angry Man said, something has happened to the influence of the man, and I think you guys touched on some of those things. But I remember growing up, my daddy would tear the roof off a house before he let me get away with some bullshit. And he didn't care if mama was mad or I was mad. I mean, he didn't care.
Not at all.
You know, this is my house and these are the rules and these are the
So,
standards and this is what it is.
for
And
sure.
I cannot understand men being afraid to raise their children.
Shout out to you, Pops.
My great
And I don't
grandfather.
care. And I don't understand how any mother would want that for her son.
My great grandfather would pick up anything he could find.
God. Our parents didn't play that. I knew there were certain things I knew I couldn't do. Not to say you didn't do stuff you weren't supposed to do, but you knew you couldn't come in and I knew I could not walk in my parents' house ever at any given moment and talk about I'm pregnant before I was married. I absolutely knew that because my dad had already laid down the law. You know, there were certain things I just knew I could not do. And if he had to raise hell to ensure that it happened, that's what he was prepared to do. And sometimes, especially when you're raising children, but just in life in general, you, when you stand for whatever it is that I don't have any gay friends. I can respect you. I can pray for you, but we're not going to be buddies.
I know
Because
that's right,
I
Anissa. You gotta
don't
talk that
agree.
shit.
Yeah, I don't agree with your lifestyle. I don't have anything in common with you. I don't want to hear you talk about what you and your boyfriend did. I don't want to hear no girl talking about, well, huh? I don't want to hear it because that's just not what I'm into. Now, I'm gonna respect you and whatever, but you're not gonna be my friend because that's not a lifestyle that I want nothing to do with. That it's a spirit. I don't want to have anything to do with that. And sometimes when you make a stand for something, sometimes you will be by yourself. Sometimes you might have to stand alone. But I would rather stand and have my standard and stick with my belief, and especially if I have children, than to be carried off into all of this stuff that we're seeing. People are just acquiescing to all of these things instead of sticking to their standards and making a stand and be like, you know what? I don't care if I have to be alone. I don't care if you leave. I don't care if you want to be my friend. But this is my walk. This is what I believe in, and this is what I'm doing, and I'm going to stand on it no matter what. And I think all of that has just gone out the window, as evidenced by both of those
Anissa, your
videos.
father today,
Somebody got an echo.
Yeah, somebody got an echo. So I don't know if everybody got a mute until we find out who it is. But Anissa, your father today, they would call that toxic masculinity.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
No, he wouldn't. He wouldn't.
Absolutely. And I'll be honest, I didn't like my daddy for a long time. He was not my favorite parent. But
He wasn't supposed to be.
when
He
I
wasn't
became
supposed to. Thank you.
Right. He wasn't
when I
supposed to be.
became an
Good job,
adult,
Daddy. Good job.
yeah, when I became an adult, I understood. And I
Right.
remember as a teenager, my daddy used to always tell me, "You don't have to like me. My job is to raise you." And parents have to get back to that.
Yeah, because you know what?
I got a story on that too.
I'll say, yeah, I'm gonna get you I'm gonna get Archie and Alicia, then we're gonna get RP, and then Anger Man, let you jump in real quick. But I'm gonna tell you this. I told my son that very thing. My son started talking to me like we homeboys. And I had to tell him, my 17-year-old, I'm not your fucking friend. Like, what you think we got going on here? Like, I'm not your friend, because see, what you're gonna do is you're gonna fuck around one day and start saying some shit to me that you shouldn't say to me, and then you're gonna get fucked up. So we're not friends. I'm your father. Yes, we're gonna have some good times. Yes, we're gonna spend time together. Yes, we're gonna do things together, but I'm not your homeboy. And that's why I don't understand. I went to a pastor house one time. He called me over to the house. He had back surgery. I went to go visit him, and he was laying over because they had cut his back or whatever. And I walk in the house, the fucking house looked like goddamn the geyser at fucking Yellowstone National Park. I said, damn, this fucking. I said, they're smoking like a bitch. I said, okay. I go in, his 14-year-old daughter, his 16-year-old son, his 18-year-old son, the mama and the dad, all smoking. He said, I'd rather smoke with my kids before I let them go outside their door and smoke with anybody else.
What they smoking?
They're smoking weed.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant something harmful like cigars or cigarettes.
No,
Yeah.
they were smoking that.
No,
They
he
were
was
smoking that bucket.
Oh,
So Anger Man, go ahead real quick, and then we get Archie
They
and
was
Alicia, and
dipping
then
in that
Arlene.
bucket.
The thing that's missing, the thing that's missing, and you pointed it out. You said toxic masculinity, right?
Yep.
Every man up here that's anywhere near my age bracket, when you was a kid, were you or were you not terrified of all men in your family?
Yeah.
all
yeah,
them
for sure.
niggas,
All
all
of
them niggas.
I was terrified of my
And it
father.
was a
Shit,
gang
the
of them.
craziest thing I know.
All of them.
It was a gang of them, bro.
That's what's missing right now. My great grandfather, right? My uncles, my grandmother's brothers, they was grown. He told them, don't come in my house past 11 o'clock at night.
Don't do it.
You want stay where you at.
And what they did, because he didn't have education, right? So what they did is they turned the clock back. And this is a man that was a sharecropper. This is a man that don't need no alarm clock. He know what time it is.
Right. He can tell by the sun.
He looked at the clock and he told one of the younger boys, he said, if somebody mess with that clock, you better tell me the truth or you gonna get it too. And he told him the truth. When them two grown men walked in that house, he picked up the first thing he could find and lit they asses up.
Bing, 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 ricochet rabbit.
I have witnessed men in my family do some things that let you know off the rip. Ain't nobody gonna be disrespecting nobody because somebody gonna end up
laid out.
You feel me? That's what's missing. That's what's missing. Like the same conversation you had with your son, I had with my son. I said, yo, I'm not trying to be your damn friend.
Exactly.
You don't have to like your father said, you don't have to like me, but you gonna respect me.
Yeah.
My job.
We not doing none of that goofy stuff.
Yeah. My job is to turn you into the kind of individual I would be friends with.
Exactly.
Not be your friend. And I can't do that. I can't ground nobody up here.
Not Archie and Alicia?
Nobody.
Yeah.
They freezing.
Uh-oh.
You breaking up. Y'all hey, go out and come back in.
You broke up bad.
R-Pain?
Yeah, man. I mean, everybody who's a parent probably has one of these stories. I know my oldest daughter, when she was at Rutgers, she was getting some bad grades. She lied to me about it. And when she got home for break, I let her have it. I said, listen, man, you know, the kind of bread I'm putting out for you to get through this school, you can't fuck it up because it's not, once it's gone, it's gone. And so I think I must have dropped, I don't curse at my kids, but I must have dropped the F word maybe around, I was doing at least one every other syllable and shit. And my wife stepped in, right? And she stepped in. I said, if you say something against me right now, get the fuck out of my face. My wife didn't talk to me for a week, right? Because I told her this shit is serious. I kind of say that one time I did that to my oldest daughter. She was on the dean's list by the next semester.
How about that?
And I really believe that if I wouldn't have done that, she wouldn't be where she's at today.
You know what? But
It don't take a lot of those things. You just gotta be in the right place at the right time sometime to change somebody's life.
Yeah, because you know what? The most emasculating thing is if you're married and you getting on your kid's ass and your wife or your woman come in and say, don't talk to him. Like, no, wait. Man, I will fucking blow a gasket.
I'm not finished.
Don't do that shit to me.
Yeah. So my wife did talk to me. Hold on. Let me just finish this. Because you guys talking, let me just say. So my daughter's on Facebook. So I noticed I couldn't see her things I couldn't write on her page. Oh, she said, yeah, remember when you was yelling at me, I unfriended you. She said, I unfriended you. And then she friended me back because she started laughing at it because she knew it was right. So I mean, yeah, you gotta, at some point you gotta go ahead and just throw all caution to the wind if you're trying to say somebody's life. There's no bullshit because she was right on the hairy edge. So anyway,
real quick, Uncle Jeff, Archie and Alicia, y'all good?
Yeah.
I think so. Can you guys hear us?
Yeah,
we hear you.
Yeah, that's much better.
All right, go ahead. What are your thoughts, Alicia? I mean, Archie. Then Alicia first, then Archie. Go ahead.
First, I'm gonna say, hey, Jeff. How are you?
Hey, sis, what's that?
Jeff is back.
Anyway, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back to what I've been saying.
Oh.
Yeah, you breaking up again.
Now you done wasted your good connection on talking to my black ass. Oh, dang.
Yeah, you broke up again.
It's a T-Move internet, boy.
Yeah, can you hear us now?
Okay, say something, Archie and Alicia.
Can you hear us now?
Yeah, we can.
That's better.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me slow down.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna slow down. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
The priests have failed to get into a position and be the priest and teach this word the way it's supposed to be taught. That's why it keeps getting worse and worse. Every time I'm gonna bring it up, I know a lot of y'all don't like the King James Version because y'all have not been taught how to read it. But the King James tell us how to deal with everything that we're talking about on this show. Everything. And due to the fact that the black men will not step into their position.
You ain't shit.
Good God.
Okay.
I just heard Coach Ferg too. Coach Ferg, you ain't shit.
Okay. All right.
You
So
know, you
did y'all
guys broke
Just
up
faded
real
out.
bad.
No, y'all faded out.
fade it out again?
Right after she said,
Right when she
we don't
got
know how
into
to
it.
read right when she said we don't know how to read the Bible right, it went out.
Okay. That would be. I'm gonna piggyback off what she said. That would be an accurate statement because most black men think King James was a gay version, and so under this illusion, delusion, you will get a reprobated mind state. You will become a reprobate because the only thing that gives you a reprobated mind is the blasphemy against the word. Most people and a lot of our men, black men that are the priests of the Bible, the priest of the earth, the priest, the only priest, true priest of the whole entire earth.
Okay.
The only true priests of the whole entire earth have been put to sleep, and majority of them still sleeping. And so therefore there is no roles for the black man to play as leadership because his role has been taken away from him because, for one, we kick against the very thing that makes us God.
Now you breaking up, Doc.
Hey, go out and come back in, James Fox Dad. Listen,
there's so much.
I disagree with
everything.
I disagree with one part of that. Like, I don't think, and I don't know why they're saying. I don't know if they're saying that because black men have chosen to leave the church. I think black men have chosen to leave the church, but I don't think black men have chosen to leave God.
Nope.
No.
Yeah, you go.
Sure.
The church kicked God out.
Yeah, I think.
Say it again, Joe.
The black man ain't got nothing to do with this. Don't nobody want to be honest about how the church kicked God out. The church kicked God out because the man of God, the man supposedly of God, is not teaching you the word of God. He's saying words about God, and that's different. And
it's not that. Well, here's the thing.
Write that down.
The reason why I don't feel no type of way about not going to the church because it's not a church anymore. It's an empty.
Yes.
It's an empty box. God don't dwell there anymore because it's filled with heathenism. It's filled with all types of foolishness. Yeah. I'm gonna tell you right now. The moment they decided to have women up there preaching, it was already a wrap.
It was a wrap. It was a wrap because the priests that are up there have been telling straight up lies. So if they have the Bible and they don't even know how to read the Bible the proper
They know
way.
how to read it.
If they don't know how to read the Bible, they don't know how to read it, sir.
They reading it specifically to the way they read it. They know exactly what they doing. That's
They
the
don't
whole
know how to read
manipulation.
it.
They know.
They do.
If you was
That's
to
why the
show me-
poorest people go to church. They know exactly what they're doing. Those
Listen,
preachers.
but that's the mind frame of the majority of the black men that we have.
That's why God ain't in church no more, because they combine church and state. Now
God
you
is
got
not
politics.
God is not into sun and idol worship. He's not into sun's day worship.
Black
He's not
men
into
go
sun
directly to
worship.
God themselves.
Well,
Okay, wait a minute. If I may,
Well,
let me know
basically
when
what we're
it's my
saying.
turn.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Now, I want to address that point. So you saying that everyone that attends church on Sunday is not accurate under the realm of God?
Well, we can do a show on that one, but let's stick to the topic right now with this the fathers.
Wow.
Because
Wow.
I don't want to get off of, but yes, okay, to answer the question, I'm telling you that the majority of the people, sir, God knows our hearts, okay? I can't say that everybody that's partaking in idol worship don't love God. I can't say that God doesn't have some place for that person, because I was once in darkness. I was ignorant. I didn't know what the hell I had going on, and I didn't know the right walk. But when I became conscious, when I became knowledgeable about what God really is saying, it put me on a different track. So yes, I do know how to read the Bible. I've also been an instructor of the Bible for many over 20 years. So yes, and I'm a historian of history. I study theology. I study all of it. But the main thing is, if they are into denying God's presence and his only word, then how can we be instructed to be a man?
Well, number one, here's the thing about this, right? It's not that the preachers that are in the church today don't know how to read the Bible. They know how to read it, but the purpose of why they're reading it is not the right purpose. My grandmother used to tell me the devil could preach a fiery sermon. The thing about it is, you have pastors in the church that are false prophets, and what they're doing is it's not ignorance that they're teaching from.
Thank you.
It's deceptiveness that they're teaching from. What they're doing is they're taking the word and they're twisting it to make it, like, for instance, prime example. They try to say, if you're against the homosexual lifestyle, right? And because that's in the book, they'll try to say, oh, well, God is a God of love and peace. And they'll say that, Jesus accepted everybody.
You're saying the same thing I'm saying. You're just saying it different.
Not quite.
No,
yeah.
There's
just a slight twist to it, but it's
let's let him finish so he can say what he meant.
There's a subtle difference. Because what you're talking about, if I'm not mistaken, you're talking about a pastor that is in the church and he doesn't know how to read the word and he's preaching out of ignorance. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is the pastor that's in the church that's a devil. And what he's doing is he's twisting the word in order to lead the flock in the wrong direction. Because
that's why, right? We know that. That's why so many son worshiping churches. That's why. That's exactly what we're saying.
Do you see the difference?
We know we know that they're deceptive, but what I'm saying is, I'm still going to say that they do not know how to properly read the Bible. You get on my podcast and you'll learn how to read the Bible properly, and then you'll find out.
I want an explanation. So if I say the Bible says "Thou shalt not kill," how did I read that wrong?
Well, it's a time to kill. It's a time and a place to kill. It's a time to live too.
All right, it's a time to rise up, right? I know the scripture. I'm just
Yeah,
saying in
please.
that particular one when you're doing.
But it was two different. But the thing is, to keep it on track, it's two different premises that they were speaking from. He was speaking from teaching from ignorance, while Angry Man was saying, no, it's not teaching from ignorance. He know what he's saying. Coach Ferg said the same thing. They're teaching from being deceptive,
Right.
devilish.
The greatest trick.
That's the difference between what you two were saying.
And we need
the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world he didn't exist. What you're dealing with in the church today is you're dealing with devils. You're dealing with devils in the church. That's what you're dealing with right now. And like, I don't know, people think that the devil, like, it's people out here that look at Lucifer or the devil like he's a vampire. He's not a vampire. He can go in the church. He can go in the church. He can be in the church. He can exist in the church.
Can we look at it right quick?
Go ahead.
Can we look at?
Go ahead.
Can we look at Isaiah?
While you looking for it, Uncle Jeff has something to say. Go ahead, Jeff.
Isaiah 28.
I had a very simple question that washes all this out. Since these men are speaking from ignorance, do you mean to say that the seminary school that Creflo Dollar went through to, that Bishop Eddie Long went to,
I got your seminary.
T.G. Jakes went to, that all these prosperity preachers that preach this, they have studied the Bible in Hebrew and Aramaic, that somehow they are purely evil because they're ignorant, or they're evil and they're ignorant? Which of those are you saying?
Look, there is a known ignorance and there's an unknown ignorance.
So
when you're willfully doing something and you don't know what the hell you're doing it for, then that's the same thing. So it is the same thing. A lot of these pastors do not know.
Okay,
just like the majority of the people on the panel right now. You have never read Isaiah 28. None of us have read it. You have never read it. So how do you know how to read the Bible if you don't even know Isaiah 28?
What does Isaiah 28 say? What does it say?
That's an easy answer, but okay.
Can we read 7?
Brother Jeff, can you read it? Or can we find it? Because I don't want it to come from my Bible.
Listen, in the spirit of time,
I mean,
can we just Google this right quick and pull it up?
Yeah, I know.
Going back and
forth.
My
sweet
because ain't nobody read it ever in the history. So.
Nobody has ever read it. That's right. That's what I do know.
No, you don't. Because
that's what I do know.
I had to read this in Sunday school.
Can I address?
I had to.
Can I
28 and what? 28 and what?
Verse 10. Can we start at verse 10? Isaiah 28 and verse 10. Okay, he want to start at 7.
We're going to start at 7.
Go ahead, Isaiah 28. You want me to read it?
Who gonna read?
You want me to read it? Huh?
I mean,
who you want?
This is why black men are failing though.
Well, that's his word.
You want me to read it? You want me to read it?
Just read it.
Yeah, here we go.
20.
But they have also erred through wine and through strong drink, are out of the way. The priest and the prophet have erred through strong drink. They are swallowed up of wine. They are out of the way through strong drink. They err in vision. They stumble in judgment. For all tables are full of vomit and filthiness, so that there is no place clean. Verse 9. Whom shall he teach knowledge, and whom shall he make to understand doctrine? Them that are weaned from the milk and drawn from the breast. For precept must be upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line, line upon line. Here a little and there a little, for with stammering lips and another tongue will he speak to his people. Let me keep going.
Go ahead, read 12 also, black man.
Okay, to whom he said, this is the rest wherewith ye may cause the weary to rest. And this is the refreshing, yet they would not hear.
Right. Go ahead. This is
but
the
word
last
of the
one.
Lord was unto them precept upon precept, precept upon precept line upon line upon line, here a little and there a little, and they might go and fall backward and be broken and snared and taken.
Okay, so let me make
damn,
that.
I can read that word.
Now let me make
Yeah,
that. Let me make that clear. Okay, precept upon precept, line.
Oh yeah, okay. While we waiting on that, I got another super chat.
It makes about as much sense.
499 super chat said, AM, they are not scared of black women. They're not worth the headache to correct. They love watching the chaos. Thank you so much for that, 499 super chat. Appreciate it.
Can I address something real quick?
Yeah.
Rondé said, angry man, just say you don't care about the church and you are not religious. We get the issues with the church, but please be honest. First of all, Rondé, you don't know me. I was raised in the church.
Thank you.
And I'm trying to figure out why this brother saying we don't know how to read the Bible. The only version of the Bible I read is the King James version.
Because what I'm telling you is you've never read the Bible by precept and precept and line upon line. Here a little, there a little.
No, yes.
Can you explain to me what that is?
Yes, I have.
Can you explain to me what that is?
Which part?
What part?
You got to be more specific.
What is the precept?
You talking to me? You talking to angry man?
Whoever just said they knew.
Me? Okay,
what is whoever can answer what this Bible just said? Precept.
If anybody else wants it, they can take it. If not, I will.
Come on, Jeff.
And then line upon line, and then break down line upon line, and then do here a little and there a little. And if you don't know how to do that, then you
okay. I'm.
You know what, Jeff?
The fact that you broke up, doesn't matter anything on how much sense you make. I have no problem failing in your eyes. Let's get that started. I'm gonna help you down. There's a horse you rode in on, and it's kind of high. It would appear that you are used to being the smartest dude in a room full of lesser smart dudes. This is a room full of swordsmen in here. Precept doesn't get by anyone in here because all of us in our walks of life, in our daily walking with higher learning, higher learned, higher achieving people, we use the term precept. I use precept twice a month. Precept, the very definition of precept, is a concept that comes before the talking. We have come in this room on the precept that black men are the problem, masculine and straight black men. And we add to any preconceived idea we may have. We stack that on the ideas that we have before. We stack those precepts on what has worked, how we have prayed together, how 2 or 3 have come together in his name and made shit happen. We stack that idea. As soon as I'm done, angry man, we stack that idea on top of idea. And we get into the word to find out exactly what the creator wants from us. And we take it line by line because it means it can have multiple meanings, which means my interpretation of it, I am just fine. I am okay with how far off base and how unclear and how ignorant and obtuse I am to you, because you'd be shocked how you look to us.
I'm
gonna tell you like this.
Let me just say
you
this.
Still don't know what this Bible is saying.
I don't.
You said all of that and
don't know
explain what
because
the
I didn't do
Bible
it
is
your
saying.
way. Absolutely,
What God is saying, and it's not about me trying to make you wrong or make everybody look wrong or less smarter than me. It's about what God is saying in this word.
Can I say something?
Come on,
go ahead.
Come on.
Can I say something real quick? Okay, the reason why I'm confused at the question that you're asking me is because if you're saying, okay, what is a precept as it pertains to the Bible? The entire Bible is a precept.
Oh shit.
Facts.
The entire Bible is a precept.
Facts.
A precept is basically a general rule which is meant to govern your behavior. The entire Bible does that.
For sure.
And
it's about instruction, principle, commandment, so on and so forth.
And here's the thing. Here's the thing. The way I was, hold on, the way I was raised in the church, I was raised to never say that I know the word.
Come on.
And the reason why I was never raised to say that I know the word is because I can only lean on my human understanding of the word of God. You can never fully understand the word of God.
Oh shit.
Because it is beyond human comprehension to complete.
Are you serious?
This is the reason why the Almighty, in his benevolence, gives you the ability to repent. Because as humans, we are flawed. As humans, we're flawed. We've been given the word, which is divine and divinely inspired. But we can never sit back and say we completely understand God's divine purpose. And what you're doing right now, brother, is look, what you're doing right now.
Why don't you say you don't?
We don't.
Hold on, man. You just said everybody don't know the Bible now.
We agree with you.
You say you don't.
What you're
doing?
Agree.
Yeah, I don't. We don't.
Right.
We don't know what.
Hey, Archie, you're right on the hairy edge of hubris, man.
Say
You're right on the hairy edge
no,
of
he's
hubris.
not.
that you don't
he's
know.
Not. He's in the hubris
No,
bathtub.
but hold on, y'all. Because last week when I brought up Deuteronomy 40, and I said that when I read Deuteronomy 40, right, and I said that in Deuteronomy 40, any indecency in a woman that you can divorce her, they told me I was moving the goalpost. Oh no, there were other scriptures in the Bible other than that one. So I mean, I'm just saying that if the word is the word, and the word, like the Bible says, the grass withers and the flowers fadeth, but the word of God will stand forever. The word can't be Jermaine Dupri remixed.
How about
it says what it
Proverbs
says.
3:5?
That's right. It cannot be remixed, and you can't make the word mean what you want it to mean, brother
Yes,
Jeff.
you can.
You can't. You have
Yes, it
taken
already
God
has.
out of the equation.
Yes, it already
Listen,
has,
brother
brother.
Jeff. Brother Jeff, can you wait? Can you hold up? Okay.
Yes.
Line upon line. Okay. We just broke down precept. Okay. Did you go to line upon line?
I did.
Where are we going with that? And it has to be under the same pretext.
Okay, no. We're not going anywhere with that because I've already acquiesced to your divine knowledge. I've actually, you are the first person I've met. You're the first person I met that Proverbs 3:5 doesn't apply to, but that's okay because that's the way you believe. I'm good with it. I'm good with going to your hell because I smoke this weed. I'm good with going to your hell because I believe that God has much less of a problem with the word motherfucker than he does the words hungry child. I am okay with going to your hell because I happen to see more blasphemous than one who would sell a dope to his community. I see more blasphemous that sister that every week leaves the church in that pink Range Rover fly as hell and drives by that mother of three that was just in church with her and don't never offer her a ride because she a little bit too fucking pompous to become the hand of God on the spot. That's the way I believe God. And I am fine with being that going to hell motherfucker that smokes weed that don't know shit that you are going to talk about and bestow us with your divine wisdom. I'm ready. Hit it.
So hold on. So then the question would be, getting back to the topic, is this a problem is this one of the problems that black men are having?
This is it.
Translation?
This is it. This is it.
Okay, hold on. Lost in translation. Is this a problem that black men are having?
Let me
Is this
explain
one of the
something to you.
problems, getting back to the subject?
Let me explain something to you, man. Our problem is our ego. Let's be honest. Let's be honest, man. Our problem is our ego. We want to be the gods of this world. You know what I'm saying? But our problem is that we don't take the word and we put it on our heart where it's supposed to be. We like to tuck it under our arm and take it to us on Sunday or Saturday to church and forget all about God Monday through Friday.
Come on.
We don't take it with us. Here's the thing. If you read the Bible at all, you'll understand that it is multi-layered, multifaceted, multidimensional. You know what I'm saying? It's not just word for word. There are words and meanings in there that also have revelations to your spirit once you have achieved a certain level of enlightenment. So as far as weaning ourselves off milk, reading it from front to back is just a start. Now, when you start living your life, that's when the words come alive. That's the reason why you're supposed to store it in your heart. Even the very Bible, it tells it. I say this all the time. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness of this world,
and
against spiritual wickedness in high places.
Yeah.
The reason why I wanted to stop y'all here in this particular conversation, because I knew it was going to get off track. Everybody wants to point the finger everywhere else instead of where it should be. Instead of where it should be. We are not masters of history. We don't learn from other people's mistakes. You see what I'm saying? Listen, where's Coach Ferg at? Coach Ferg, you love to bring up crack, right? And what it did to us in the 80s, right? Yeah, we survived that thing, right? We're a little banged up, a little worse for wear, but we pretty much pulled through that thing. But did you know in the 1800s, the British used the opium to control the Chinese people? And they did a number on them to the point where it is illegal in China for you to have such said substance because it ruined their community. Now, it made those people poor, destitute, almost ruined them to the point of starvation. You see what I'm saying? However, if we were masters of history, we would have saw crack coming. But since we decided we know everything, it got a hold of us. Now, here's the thing. Our perseverance allowed us to survive. Now, if you know, since crack didn't take us out, well, guess what they did this time? They brought in a new crack. And if you know what I mean, you know what I mean. You see what I'm saying? A different type of crack. A crack for a man and a woman
booty crack.
and a woman. The booty crack. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now, they didn't see you slip that one in there. Y'all wasn't ready for that one.
Whoa,
Yeah.
balls.
Y'all wasn't ready for that one. You know what I'm saying? And the killing part about it is they wrapped it in love. You see what I'm saying? They said, God said, love everybody. You see what I'm saying? And the killing part about it is you kind of don't want to go against God because you say God is love. Ain't that what the Bible say? So they'll take words and lines by lines and precepts by precepts and use it against you. But if you had wrapped that thing up in your heart and you understand the nature of God, you know that's wrong.
Well,
so our problem is that our ego won't let us see past the edge of our nose. We think we know every damn thing instead of learning from history, instead of learning from other people's failures. We decided to think, hey, you know what? I'm better than you. I know better than you. But at the end of the day, if you knew better, you wouldn't waste everybody's time.
We'll see.
That's our issue. Go ahead, Anchorman.
Well, see, earlier when I said what I said to him, I was trying to explain to him that true, my people do suffer for a lack of knowledge. But your strength is in your faith. So I've never heard of somebody saying that the reason why we're failing is because you don't completely know the word. Last time I checked, Jesus said, "Oh, ye of little faith." But if you were to have the faith of a mustard seed, you can say to the mountain, move here to there, and it will, and nothing will be impossible to you. So this thing that he's doing, like it's off-putting and it's weird because it seems to be more about trying to look down and say, I understand, and y'all don't understand anything. And it's like, bro, you don't even know everybody up here. How would you know what we understand?
Hey, Angry Man, that what they did, remember, that was the divide of black people in the 80s, the 70s, and 80s. That thing where when people are going through problems and stuff, and a person is trying to give them counsel, the first thing that they would do is start quoting Bible verses, right? And a person is not like, they not trying to hear that shit. If a person don't crack, your child don't crack, right? The first thing they want to say is, well, what Jesus said. They falling on deaf ears because that divided us. Before, remember, look at how the church is now. Everything that comes out on the radio, the church is using it now. They not like us. They got another one, boots on the ground. All that stuff that we see now is in the church. Remember back then, it wasn't like that.
We had hymns and that was it.
It was hymns and some churches didn't have organs and drums. You know where it came from? The claps of your hands and the stump of your feet in singing was where it came from in a lot of these churches. But it was a divide with us. The same way on how we're talking about something else, and then they're just saying, well, y'all don't know about the word. And so that's why the world is the way it is right now. It's not true. The world is the way it is because guess what? A lot of people wasn't paying attention to history. A lot of people was not taking heed to the messages that was put forth across to them. You don't need to be in a Bible to see that. The Bible, somebody had led to it, is to articulate the things that we already know. It's crazy that we can have people to say because you're not a certain religion or you're not versed in the Bible that you're just a failure. That's crazy. And frankly, that's crazy work. And that has been what's divided us a long time ago, man. That whole thing of I'm religious and you're not. I'm a Christian and you're not.
It's the holier than thou mentality.
Yeah, that.
It's like I don't know where that came from. You know what I'm saying? It's really off-putting because I don't know about y'all, but I was brought up in the church.
Me too,
bruh.
You feel me? And like I was one of those kids that really sat down and poured through the Bible without somebody asking me to do it.
Here.
So you learn how to read. You was on it.
To turn around and tell brother, well, you don't know how to read because you've never read Isaiah 20. What do you mean I've never read? It's
disrespectful.
Thank you. Here's my thing, gentlemen. The problem is that those type of conversations slow us down. We're trying to get to an answer in a problem, situation, and how to avoid these things. Sometimes the enemy will tell you what they're doing, but you got to pay attention. You know, if you wanted to get rid of a people, what you do, you reduce the numbers. So you'll turn this other stuff that goes against biology on itself and introduce it into the community. That's the reason why our community don't look like the Chinese community. You see what I'm saying? They introduced something else into us. And I'm trying to figure out what made it okay for gay to thrive in our community than it didn't in the Chinese community. Those are some of the questions that we need to ask. You see what I'm saying? And not only that, when you go back and you watch when the money was in the hands of the men, we built businesses, we built communities. But when you put money in the hands of women, all you do is you have it circulate and they give it away to other people. They spend it on weave, hair, girls' trips, whatever it is, nothing to build the community. So if I really wanted to destroy a community, I would put money into the hands of those who have no knowledge. And that's exactly what they have done. They have told women, hey, you are the head, you are the backbone, this, that, and the other. And at the same time, the community is falling apart. But here's my thing with the women is that if you see the community is falling apart and they told you that you're the backbone, why would you be proud of that? Why would you be proud of that?
But what I'm trying to figure out is it's just like if we're having a conversation in some kind of way, we get into a conversation about quantum physics.
Right.
If I understand quantum physics and let's say Uncle Jeff is saying something that's incorrect in reference to quantum physics, I'm gonna say, no, brother, I disagree. And then I'm gonna explain what my understanding of it is. I'm not gonna spend 5 minutes beating up on Uncle Jeff, telling him he don't understand quantum physics. That doesn't make any damn sense
at all.
It's not no teaching method at all.
The problem is you don't understand quantum physics. Like, well, explain it to us, brother.
Well, my only pushback to that, angry man, is that these people run in circles of less intelligent people.
Absolutely.
So if I sound like I know exactly what I'm talking about to you, all I have to do, my son came up with some brilliance when he was little. He's like, Daddy, I'm in the 5th grade now, huh? I said, yeah. He said, that means I can teach the 4th grade. All I got to do, it's like running from him. There you go, brother. These people went looking for God and found religion. And in running when running from the ignorance lion, all they got to do is run a little faster than the people that listen to them. And if that ignorance lion is eating the people up who are not on their frequency or wavelength, then they will be the representation of God to those people. But the problem is, when you come in this room, bro, it's swords of light leaned up against this metaphysical table all around the damn room. Yeah. You can't come in here with no bull. How's some bullshit gonna get past this group of people? Real talk. Not me. Take me out of it. Well, don't take me out of it. I'm dope too. This is a dope group of people. You can't come in here. Somebody gonna peep your bullshit.
Yeah.
And I'll say this. I'll land the plane. I got 2 PhDs. One is in pimp shit. The other one is in nigga shit. That right there is nigga shit and pimp shit mixed like a Reese cup of the first order.
Well, you know, I also Uncle Jeff. I'm also an alumni because I also have a master's degree in nigga shit.
Yes, fellow, yes, from different universities.
Yeah,
where'd you go to school? Where'd you grew up in New York, right?
Yeah, and
hell yeah.
Yes, it's just different.
You're 3rd degree black belt in that, yeah. Just
yes.
And I minored in shit talk. Now here's the funny the funny thing about it. The funny thing about it is the problem isn't that the people don't have some deeper understanding of the Bible. The problem is they don't even care about the Bible.
That's it right there.
That's part of the problem. Like the rules, like look, I know there's some people watching that's not religious, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But what they don't understand is the parables that's in the Bible, the purpose of it is for you to live a better life.
Yes.
Okay. The reason why you need a Bible is because most people are not born and going to be like, you know what? I'm going to be the most civilized person that I can be on planet Earth. Like, most people don't think like that. You feel what I'm saying? You have to have something to guide people to act like they got some damn sense.
Yeah.
And for me, and I didn't want to call the brother out, but for me, when he started doing that, I'm sitting back thinking, well, wait a minute. What it sounds like to me, brother, is you have some sort of interpretation of the word that's your interpretation that you want to pawn off.
Yes.
That you like on some abracadabra shit. Like you got to say exactly the way he want to say it.
Yeah, and the Bible specifically in Revelations says not to do that.
Exactly.
So I digress.
Listen, I'm all for.
No, you spoke on it. I'll be right back, bro.
All right. Listen, I'm all for conversation, man, but I'm all for scholarly argumentation too, man. I want you to be able to prove your point. I don't want you to walk up to Jeff and tell Jeff you don't know what you're talking about. First of all, you didn't raise Jeff. You ain't been living with Jeff. You don't know what Jeff know. You don't know what Jeff been. You don't know what Jeff experienced. So I hate when people do that. That's called projection, and it's a dishonest argument. You can't do that.
Well,
so that's the main reason why we have to pump the brakes on certain stuff, because it slows down the conversation. I've been living long enough to know that whenever I see a group of black people, there's always one that likes to slow down the conversation. And I'm keeping my eye on that one particular person just so we can keep it moving. Now, my whole thing is I want everybody to participate, because everybody's perspective of the situation is different. And from their different perception, we gain more wisdom and knowledge.
How about that?
So that's the main reason why I want to hear from Anissa, because she's been awfully quiet and she's been gone for a long time. And I would love for her to interject some of the wisdom that she has to offer this evening on this subject. So Anissa, if you don't mind, could you grace us with what you understand the situation, the problem to be?
You're on mute.
My bad. Come to the.
Oh yeah, we kind of got off onto a thing. That's why I was saying let's get back on the topic. It's a big problem, and I don't think there's any one answer. I think my opinion, I think it starts with the men. The men are the head, the leaders, the covering. You're supposed to be the spiritual covering for the home. And I think that's been lost. Just my honest opinion. Somewhere along the way, I mean, everybody likes to go back, you hear about feminism and then the crack and the this and the that. But some way along the way, I think men have abdicated their positions. Because whether you want to accept it or acknowledge it or own it or take accountability, all of this stuff, this is my opinion, because you all say that you're the heads, all of this stuff has happened on your watch.
Okay,
all
but
of this has happened on your watch.
okay,
And I feel as though we've spent the last, I don't know how long I've been on this panel, maybe a little over a year, but I feel like we spent the last 2 or 3 years, it's the women, it's the women, it's the women, it's the women, it's the women. But in the same breath, you all would say, but we the man, we the man, we the leaders, we the leaders. And so I think the time has come for you all to take accountability. We have to take accountability. Absolutely. I'm not saying women, don't have a responsibility in this, but we need the men to take accountability for your role in where the Black family and where the Black community is. And I don't see how anyone can stand up here and say, in all honesty, and say that it's squarely at the feet of women. And you all don't
I
have
don't think
any.
anyone has.
Okay. But see, I guess I say that, Uncle Jeff, because I never really hear men say, I own this.
Okay.
Wow.
This is where
Here?
we have failed.
You don't
This
hear
is
that
what
here?
we have done. All I hear is, I'm just telling you for where, because I'm the only woman up here.
Can I?
And you've never,
Let me finish. I'm the only woman up here. For the last 2 months, I haven't been up here because I had a sick father. And I've just been listening, and I come on here and I listen, and I jump on them, I make my little comments. But all I hear is women. It's women at the fault. Women have done this. Women is at the feet of why families are falling apart and marriages are falling apart. Not realizing that in every relationship and every marriage, it's 2 people.
Yes.
It is never squarely at the feet of anybody while a relationship or marriage fails.
Let me
So
know when it's my turn to respond to that.
as a woman, because I will never sit. We definitely have our things that we need to work on, but at the end of the day, you are the man. And we want to hear some accountability on what you are responsible for. Without blaming a woman.
This is crazy.
I don't want to hear nothing about what your mama did.
Is it all right if I take it then,
about
Angry
what
Man?
your first ex-wife did. I don't want to hear none of that. What do you, without blaming a woman, what are you responsible for as a man, as concerning the Black family and the Black community?
Absolutely. Now,
that's how we get this back on track.
Okay.
Thank you, Anissa. Come on, Jeff.
Okay. Number one, you are unequivocally right.
Oh, she's not.
That wow, Angry Man. I'm gonna try to do this by myself. In the words of my grandmother, I'm fucking this cat. You just hold his tail. Okay. You are absolutely right. We did not rebel and eliminate the slave master that had his way with you whenever he wanted. You are absolutely right. When welfare came in, we left your homes. We weren't run out. We just flat old left. You are absolutely right. A much higher percentage of us don't take care of our kids and don't want shit and ain't about shit. Just like CNN, NBC, Madame Noir, and Fox says about us. Here's my problem with that narrative. You, as a demographic, as a Black woman, has never, ever in the history of mankind been brought to bear for your part in it. We have been brought to be there, a song after song, movie after movie. As a matter of fact, hell, when you can't find a Black man for a villain, like in Harriet, make one the fuck up. I take it you have seen The Color Purple. I take it that you have seen this narrative in America, especially, that has called Black men to the carpet on every opportunity they had. You can go from the Springer Show up, or from President Obama calling us predators down. There has never been a time since there's been a television that the Black man has not been somehow maligned or called out for his bullshit. You never have. It's just your turn in the barrel. And I understand how you may feel about that. So yes, this is why
No.
Okay, almost
You're
done.
not answering my question.
Okay.
Let him plane.
Alyssa, let him land the plane. Let him land the plane.
Ask it again.
I'm just saying, all of what you're saying is real cute. But my question was, where do you as a man,
yes,
okay, without blaming a woman, because you started on that track, and I said, without
no, I didn't. I didn't blame you for anything.
Don't bring up a woman at all.
No.
What are you?
Okay. Well, no. Hey, no. I got it. I got
your
it.
accountability.
Again.
This is ridiculous.
Again.
This is
Just sit.
No.
Man, could I please? But could I please?
Go ahead.
Okay. It's very simple. I handled, and I apologize. We'll treat this like court. CNN, MSNBC, ABC, Fox, Madame Noir, Essence, and Oprah are all right about us. It's our fault, and we had no idea before today. We were never held accountable before today. There have never been any television shows about it. There's never been any news articles about it. There's never been any radio shows about it. There's never been any videos about it. There's never been any television series about it. None of that. Until today, the Black man has never been, by society or by the media, called onto carpet for his demographic shit specifically, and I take blame for all of it. Does that answer your question?
So, and you taking accountability. What is
now? I'm going to ask you to answer my question. Does that answer it? Yes or no?
Of course it doesn't.
Come on, bro. Yes or no? Does it answer your question?
No, it doesn't.
Okay. No, somehow it left something out, and that's what she's going to explain to us here.
Go ahead, angry man. You're chomping at the bit. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Tap out.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
he has a lot to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, how courteous of you.
She's not. First of all, the thing about it, you can take accountability, responsibility as a Black man all day long. It ain't gonna change shit. It ain't gonna change shit. You can take accountability. You can say it's your fault. You can even do everything in your power as a Black man to try to fix the problems of the community. It is not gonna fix anything. You can raise a nation no higher than its women. Point blank, period. Because women are the first teachers. They are the ones that pass down the legacy. So if the women ain't shit, the community ain't gonna be shit. It ain't got shit to do with the men. Okay?
So what is the men's role in the community?
The main reason right now that you have these problems that you have is because since time immemorial, the Black man has been blamed for everything under the damn sun. He's been blamed so much. You just recently, in the last 10, 15 years, had black men that was brave enough to actually say, no, we need to look at what the women are doing. That's recently. But for over 70 years,
come on,
it's been black men this, black men that. In fact, black men have been critiqued so much. That's the main reason why they're ineffective today. It's because they tiptoeing around these damn women so terrified they gonna be critiqued. That's the main reason why that black man had no problem putting on a tuxedo and going over there to his son dressed up like a woman, because he didn't want to be critiqued by a black woman.
And that's not his problem.
The problem is not the men. But and here's the reason why you don't understand this.
Okay.
You don't understand this because you don't know the difference between someone being responsible for something and someone being at fault for something. Those are two different things. So when you say, well, the man, y'all always say y'all the man, y'all always say y'all the head. We may be responsible because we're the head, but we're not at fault. There's a difference. There's a huge difference. It's just like,
okay, can I ask a question then? What as you as men, as the head, as the leaders, as the spiritual covering for the home, for the women and the children, because that is your responsibility. What is your role to fix this? Not
I got an answer for you.
woman,
I
but
got an answer for you.
your responsibility.
Anissa, I got an answer for you. Hold on, Anissa, I got an answer for you. The role of the man is to choose a woman who cooperates with him.
How about that?
No, don't even go there, bro. No,
it's simple.
We passed that. I'm gonna give her the answer she really needs. I'm gonna give her the answer she really wants. What our responsibility is at this point is to walk off and let your ass be a pillar of salt.
How about it?
That's what our responsibility is. Our responsibility is to keep it pushing and allow you to be a pillar of salt because you refuse to listen. That's our responsibility today.
Absolute, bro. The doors of the goddamn church is open.
Can I say something real quick to everybody? Tina Knowles, the mother of Beyonce, a few years back, 2022 to be exact, came out with a documentary called Profiled the Black Man. And in this documentary, he debunked a lot of things about black men. The documentary helped black men in a way that it would have had the entire country look at black men differently. She talked about the lower percentage of black men going to prison, the percentage of men who take care of their children, the percentage of men who have education and who is obtaining their education. I mean, from prison down to children, she debunked everything, and it's called Profiled the Black Man. You want to know what happened?
They got rid of that documentary.
It started to tread. Oh yeah, it started to get some tread. And guess what happened? The women got signed a petition to have it removed from Discovery.
Yep.
Because it was aired on Discovery Channel, they removed it.
Shut it down.
And Amazon bought the rights to it, and they put it on Amazon, and they also removed it from Amazon Prime. Now, if you go and look this up and you try to buy it, I did it just now. It says this video is no longer available to purchase at Amazon Prime. If you go to Discovery, they said this video is no longer a part of the Discovery Channel. They completely removed it.
Where can we see it now?
You can't see it anymore.
You can't see it. They got rid of it. At her house, you can watch it you can go to her house and watch it.
I watched the entire documentary before they took it.
Yeah.
And the women were saying, well, how could you get, and some of the things that the women were saying was, how is it that you can sit up here and talk about black men ain't violent, and they're not the most violent, and they don't take care of their kids, and blah, 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 blah. The documentary was saying that black men are not the most dangerous white men are. Black men are when they're married, the success rate in their marriages with a man doing, I forgot how they broke it down, but black men were put at a place, and Tina put that thing together. She had a lot of people do this documentary with her. Let me name a few.
Did she bring up
BMU? These are the statistics that we have been using in the black manosphere for years.
Yep.
That has gotten us attacked. I have been attacked for stating these facts, for proving that black men are not men that don't take care of their children. That black men are not the most violent. Like, I've shown them statistics. I've went over this. All of us have done it.
Yep.
But we get flagged. We get shut down. We at this point, you know, it's an agenda. There's no mystery behind it. You know, it's an agenda, because you can't look. Here's the thing, and Anissa, let me break something down to you. You're from an older generation, and I gotta point that out, because sometimes I'm gonna tell you what black women do, especially if you're a decent black woman. What you do is you take your mentality and you transpose it onto other black women. And what you got to realize is that they're not you. A lot of these women are not, they're not like you. These women, they're not like my wife. They're not like my mother. They're not like my grandmother. This is a whole new batch that has an entirely different mentality, and trying to lead them. You could be the best man you could be. In fact, being the best man is more than likely going to get you screwed over in this day and age. If you're a good man to black women today, a lot of these black women, that's when they're going to treat you the worst. The niggas that they love and love to be there for and all of that is the worst of us. It's the worst of us.
Yes.
And it's like we're put in this position where it's like, well, you're the leader. We understand that. We get that. We know that we're the leaders. We know that we're supposed. But how do you lead somebody that don't follow? The only way you can lead somebody that don't follow, guess what you would have to do? You'd have to do it by force.
Yep.
And we know we can't do that. If we do that, we fall right into the trap.
Yeah.
Now, Angry Man, I'm gonna play this for y'all, and I don't care if they take it down. I remove it my fucking self when the video over. But
could always edit it.
Yeah, I'll edit it out. But watch this. Y'all got to see this. Tina Knowles got drugged for this shit. They drug her for trying to expose all the things that they do against black men. Y'all got to see this shit. Here we go.
Okay, where'd you?
This was the trailer. This is the trailer. The trailer's still on YouTube, but they took the damn documentary completely off of everything, every fucking platform.
Black men are beautiful.
Black men are magnificent.
Black men are innovators.
Black men are brilliant.
Compassionate. Intelligent.
Complex. Resilient.
Critical.
Necessary.
Warriors.
Everything. Cosmic, supernatural, cool.
I've always felt the perception of who we are is filtered through a lens of fear.
Little boy Shaka.
Today, black men are not able to just walk down the street without someone assuming that they don't belong there.
Stereotypes that have been put on black men takes place in the newspaper headlines. It takes place on the television, and I think it's played a major role in the bias against black men. It's an atomic bomb.
It's every day for us. Every single day. Put your hands out the window!
That's the narrative. I felt threatened. I felt afraid. If they got on handcuffs, they're still a threat because they're black men.
Black men are not a threat.
Black men portrayed as dangerous has been inside of the fabric of American culture from the beginning.
young black boys in America, we don't get a chance to be kids for a long time. There's no room to emote with the exceptions of anger.
Society would have you think that we don't love and really rock with our queens like that, and we do.
Most black fathers are in the home. Well over 50% is a shocker to many people.
We are all living through a very painful time, and we must be able to talk about that.
It's gone.
I remember
Can't watch it anywhere. Can't see it anywhere. You can't download it. You can't pay for it. You can't find it bootleg. You can't find the shit. It's done.
But it's not only that, black man. If you go and you see, like, if we pull up again, the most important things that we have to watch is the things that a lot of people don't highlight. If you see the comments, TikTok, IG, and you see how these women, ain't nobody listening to y'all. Them women ain't listening to y'all. We just had a woman that was on the Breakfast Club, Felicia Rashad, that was on there. Do you know how they drug her? They called this woman a old senior citizen pick-me. Women were saying this. The same women that y'all think that y'all fighting for. The same ones. And she didn't say too much other than you got to conduct yourself. And she was still putting sugar on it.
Yep. She said women should not be wearing strips of clothing. She said she went to her homecoming at her alma mater.
Okay. This
and
isn't
seen
enough,
them
guys.
fucking damn near naked. And she said it's just terrible.
Guys, if I may, this is not enough. Anissa herself just wrote, some of you are in the position you are because of your own bad choices, nothing to do with women. Okay, I want to ask this question again. Anissa, do you think we should have a show where we absolutely drill down and say absolutely nothing about no woman at all and talk about some of these men you're discussing? Is it all right if we as men, if we get them out of the way and discuss the fact that you are absolutely right? Do you think we should absolutely do that as a show?
I think that would be a genuine conversation.
Okay, yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
I mean, personally,
okay.
I do. Because like I said, for the last 2 years, all I've heard, you know, from the majority, from show after show after show after show after show, is that it's women, 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 women. You know, women are the reason for this. Women are the reason for this. And I'm like, okay. Yeah,
Now, I'm asking.
whatever.
That
But
question
I
was
think
pointed.
it would be important for you mature men to also be talking to some of these young men.
Absolutely. Let's
the same
pretend we
way
don't.
that you like to talk to the women.
Let's pretend we don't. Let's pretend none of us do that. Let's pretend that that you can't go on YouTube and find a video of me, Brother Reza Islam, Zoe Williams, and Dr. Billy Valentine speaking to hundreds of young black men. Let's pretend that doesn't exist.
Okay, and it may exist. All thing I'm saying is just what I've seen.
Maybe.
That's all I can speak
well,
on.
and I really think you should put that preposition with a lot of your sentences in my travels.
Yes.
Because that's the issue here.
I said that. I said from what I see, this is what I'm seeing.
Well,
and what
this
I've
is
heard.
okay. This is what I'm trying to get out. What I'm trying to get to you is that I want us to have this show so bad, so that at some point it becomes okay to discuss black women. Because I don't think that you don't want to be critiqued unfairly. I think you don't want to be critiqued at all. I think that's the issue. I think okay, well again, and not in my travels. Can we talk about my travels for a minute?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, in my travels, what I have found, and which I find it to be a moot complaint right now, because all of this hyena energy, all of this, oh yeah, what about? All of this is about to be dropped in the French fry grease, and you ain't gonna have to wait much longer. Every other woman in the feminist movement got their man but you. Every other one.
Excuse me?
I said every other woman in the feminist movement, the Armenian woman, the French woman, the American white woman, the American Indian woman, the American Puerto Rican woman, the Brazilian woman. Every one of them, when the shit hit the fan, they got their man. Your men in droves are getting passports to leave you. And the biggest problem of this, Anissa, is good women like you. Not the bad ones. It's the good ones about you, like you, that have made this your issue. You have a basket, a bevy, a cornucopia of things you are absolutely right about with black men. You are right. But the world doesn't give a fiddler's fuck about what you're right about because of who you let do your press. Because in droves, no one comes out to defend you, and you don't come out to defend yourself or separate yourself from these hyenas that do your bidding. So the world does not respect you for that. The world does not want to be a sucker. A sucker is any individual who respects a constitution or a person or a place more than that constitution, person, or place respects itself. The world is not going to respect you more than you respect yourself. And men do it too, does not help you at the end of this dissertation. It doesn't. Until the good sisters go, that is not me. That does not stand for me. I don't dance to this shit. I don't listen to this shit. I am not this shit. That's them over there. Sign the good sisters you looking for. Until y'all do that bigger, you're gonna continue to have this problem.
No, it's already, but it's already. But Jeff, this is the thing. It's already done. And I agree with what Angry Man said.
Yeah, so do I.
We're looking at the ashes.
Oh no, you're not.
No, hold on. Let me explain what I mean.
Woo.
This platform, amongst with a lot of other ones. Again, the platform that you was on, Angry Man's platform, shout out to my man Hamp, all kind of Mr. Fantastic, all of them. It's funny that we have women that are saying, why don't y'all talk about just the men? Or why don't y'all have a panel with just women? Let me tell you what this platform has done. Everything that y'all have asked us to do. Everything. You know who's still standing? The men. Black Man that had woman after woman, all women panels. He gave the keys to the women so they can come up with their own titles. He had it where, listen, the only thing you got to do is tell me what you want to talk about. I set the show up. He's done it for years. Let me tell you what you don't have. The women standing out. And y'all get mad at us because we are finally saying we ain't taking none of this shit no more. Only thing that y'all do now is sit back and complain. Troll the comments. You know, when you do come up, you ain't got too much to say. It's these things that we're looking at. It's over with that. I'm going to tell you right now, me personally, I'm done with the talk. I'm doing it. You ain't on my program. I'm walking the hell away from you. I don't need that in my life.
Can I?
Hold on a second, hold on a second before you go. I gotta say this, man. I got a friend of mine watching now. She, her name is Jackie. She's a regional vice president for an insurance company, and her job is to recruit other people to start their own businesses. Well, she shared something the other day with us that I thought was fascinating. She invited a whole bunch of women and men to a seminar, okay? A meeting of regional vice presidents, okay? And the thing about it is that she was the only woman there. I'm like, well, where are the other women at? And when she showed us the screen, it was nothing but brothers. Now, I will tell you this. I was disappointed in the sisters, but let me tell you something. I was proud of the brothers for standing on business, showing up. Those are the things that most people don't see in the background. They don't see brothers coming together to build up their community, to financially educate their communities, to make sure that their communities are better. You know why they don't show it on TV? Because it's not sexy. You know, it doesn't bring in ratings. It's not drama. It's the dirty work of building a community. You see what I'm saying? So my thing is this: when we question men about the things that they're supposed to be doing, and then she turns the screen around and it's only her there doing the work, I start to question the authenticity of your request for men to be leaders. I'm gonna need the women to show up. You always say y'all got black girl magic or whatever. The next time she turns that screen around and it's only her, I already know y'all ain't ready to support her. Y'all don't even support y'all sisters, especially the ones that show up day in and day out. You see what I'm saying? They lose sleep. They work during their own personal time, taking away from their families and stuff to put it in the work. And she looks to her left and her right, and there's no sister to help her out. But at the same time, you want to fuss at the brothers. But when she turned that screen around, I saw nothing but brothers. And I'm talking about they were doing it. Regional vice presidents, people showing up to figure out exactly how to get this money. And as long as the brothers are showing up doing the work, I'm proud of that because they don't have to advertise. They don't have to beat their chest and say, I am man, hear me roar. They just roll up their sleeves and get to work. Now, I will say this. I expect the women to show up. You have to do your part. You have to. What's the point of us building a nation and there's nobody there but us? And that's all I have to say about that. AM, go ahead.
Hold on, AM. Hold on, AM, because I want to. JT made a point, and I wanted to make sure his point was relevant with everybody. I want to show y'all something. This is who is this? Who are these young ladies? I know that black men.
Mrs. She said, "Shout out to you." But that's how I feel. To Ruth, I'm pissed. Okay, after listening to this doctor, this pediatrician who's working with these children, with this foolery, as who is that? What's her name?
Take heed to the message.
Take heed to the message. Like take heed was like this foolery.
Shout out to her.
Shout out to take heed, because this is foolery for you parents who are sitting here, black man, assuming that your children are not at school doing what kids do at school.
Man.
Shame, 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 shape shifting shame, because this small population, because it is a small population in reality.
Wasn't that 2 years ago?
Yep.
Okay.
So
I have more.
Way more.
I'm confused.
So
I used to have all women panels to discuss women's shit.
Okay.
And most people that come on these in my chat says I'm a hater of black women. I hate them. They have no place here. But I could pull up 10 more shows. I could pull up the one where Security Boss was leading the show.
Because BMU.
I Am Courtney was leading the show. Real Precious was leading the show. White School Podcast, Queen Smiley.
BMU. You could show 10,000 of them shows. It's the same playbook. Black women have been using the same playbook since the 70s. Black men point out something that they're doing wrong. Black women say, well, what about what you do? And then the black man tries to fix that so that he can address what she's doing wrong. And a lot of them will fix it. And then then after they fix it, they come back around to the woman for that same original issue. And they say, okay, you said I was doing this. I fixed it. Now let's get back to what you was doing wrong. But what about this? There's always another
what about
through. And the reason why is because, quite frankly, black women are lazy, they're sorry, and they don't give a damn about fixing shit. Y'all are better than me. Because quite frankly, at this point, I don't give a damn what black women have to say. If anything, they talk too damn much. That's all they do is talk. They're not putting nothing to action unless it's something for themselves. They don't care. They don't give a damn about fixing nothing because they're like Lucifer. They would rather reign in hell than serve in heaven. Like it's done. It's done. Like you literally got black women sitting up there saying that a straight black man is a red flag. Do you see any brothers saying that a straight black woman is a red flag? Do you see any brothers really saying that? You have brothers here in these spaces that will bring women on the panel, and women will say whatever they feel like saying. And if any brother goes to interrupt them because they don't agree, brothers will tell them, hey, man, hold on, man, let her finish. We have given black women so much grace. And even to this day, even those of us that push back against them, give them grace. That don't even count all the simps. That don't even count all of the niggas that run around here, black queen this, black queen that.
Panda bears.
Never enough. You can kiss their ass for 1,000 years. Nothing is going to change because they don't want to change. It's always going to be, well, what about what you doing? Well, what about what you doing? Well, what about what you doing? You can be perfect. It ain't going to change nothing. She's going to find something else, because with black men, the way we are judged, it is not based on what we do. It's based on what we haven't done. That's how we're judged. That's how we're judged.
Wow.
So it's always going to be a reason to say something. It's always going to be another hoop to jump through. That's how that shit goes. And I know it because I've lived it my entire life. I've lived it my entire life. Women say, oh, well, you in this position, you need to make more money. You make more money. Still there's a problem. You do this, still there's a problem. You do this, still there's a problem. And most of the brothers that you see up here, these ain't broke, bummy brothers. These ain't brothers that's laying on somebody's couch.
Right.
These are men that are accomplished. Men that care about their children, men that care about the community. Shit, if we didn't care about the damn community, wouldn't be talking about shit. Wouldn't be complaining about it. But every day is something new. It's something new. Like this whole thing about a straight black man is a red flag. That's just a new thing on a long list of shit to continue throwing shots at us. And the funniest thing about it is you got plenty of black women out here that are in interracial relationships. Why we don't never hear them complain about white men?
Wow.
Why we don't never hear them complaining about white men? So we supposed to believe white men are perfect? We supposed to believe that other men don't operate the same way we operate? It's like I said on the show the other day. The reason why a black woman can get in a relationship with a white guy is because, and it worked, is because she overlooks the shit that she don't overlook with you.
Damn.
It is ridiculous, man.
Anissa, what are your thoughts?
I mean, I tried to get a different answer, but it all comes back to the same, that it's the black woman's fault. So if that's the narrative, that's what you guys believe. So,
okay.
I'm no different. My perspective is different. I'm the only one up here that dates men, I think.
Yeah, but are you dating 25-year-olds? Are you dating 27-year-old?
Absolutely.
Okay, so the thing is that this is the problem that we're saying. So and it goes to what Angry Man was just saying. The type of woman you are, that ain't who out here mainstreaming it no more.
Nope.
That's the thing. That's the problem that we have. We do talk to the younger men. Oh, they got problems. They got major problems. Is it not the woman? Is it not? What are we going to talk about? Other men? What are we talking about? Let me tell you what you guys just did. Y'all just ushered in the Trojan horse. I don't know if you guys know who these three brothers is. They have a podcast where they talk to the younger generation. Damn, I can't remember the name of them. But anyway.
The Daily Wrap-Up Crew.
The Daily Wrap-Up Crew.
There you go.
They got a video that's going out right now and it's going viral. Reason being is because they always have these women that are unruly. We already understand. But this one particular one that they just released, they got this unruly Decepticon sitting there talking about how men ain't shit. Did a whole meltdown, had his whole ass out sitting on their couches. And sitting there talking about it is going viral. And the thing was, this dude was big.
Niggas ain't shit.
Niggas ain't shit. And this the craziest part. All the women, was 4 of them. And another, a big, little, and a young. They all were, guess what, y'all? Whores. All of them. Whores.
Especially one like a little baby horse.
Yeah, they all, and the craziest part is that that's what you have. You could go from go to the young people's lives and see who they talking to now. Guess who they talking to that's telling them that they ain't shit? Men, Decepticons.
Optimus Prime.
What's that dude they got the big following right now? That had everybody on there. I can't. What's his damn name with the braids? He had Kevin Hart and the other dude there. But they have their lives, right? These are the younger folks, huh?
Football player.
No, he ain't. He's a young gamer. He started out. He's like the biggest one out of all of them.
He's talking about that guy.
Yes, Consonant. Same thing. These damn Decepticons are moving in on these young men now. You got him, the dude that the 2 guys that came, y'all know the little things that we use. Stop the cap. That comes from these young dudes that have their own platforms. Huge. These dudes are millions of followers. Again, here they go. They dealing with unruly women and unruly Decepticons right now. It's a done deal. It's a wrap. So the video that BMU showed today with the daddy doing the walk of shame, that shit looked crazy as hell to us. And we need to say it. I'm not sitting back prefacing anything anymore when it comes down to the legitimates. I'm not prefacing anything when it comes down to the goddamn unruly women. I'm being unapologetic for all this shit. You're not going to hear me say, well, let me just say I love the LGBT. No, I'm not saying that. I'm not doing none of that. I'm going to say what the hell I need to say. And all the men, I implore you, say what you need to say and stop prefacing that shit. It's over with.
I got a question. Anissa, can you name a single complaint that Black men as a group have had against Black women that they actually fixed?
Well, I think I think it depends on what group you're talking about, because if you're talking about what JT is saying, the 25-year-olds or whatever, I definitely don't think that it's been fixed, and that being the femininity, being more cooperative, being easier to get along, being more agreeable. I know that has been a big complaint by Black men. I do not see that has been fixed from what I can see. Now, I'm speaking of the young women, the 25, 35-year-old women. I do see a shift in older women, but in the young women, no, I don't see where that's been fixed.
Now, you know
that's one example.
Now watch this. You know something I noticed that Black women complained about pertaining to Black men?
What?
They complained about Black men critiquing them. And you know what I've noticed lately? If a Black man does a video and he's talking about something that a Black woman is doing, it's a video he's reacting to, and a Black woman doing something crazy. You know what he'll do? He'll preface it by saying, I'm not trying to make it about a Black woman thing. What we notice, and what I've noticed throughout my entire life, is that when Black women complain about certain shit, it don't fall on deaf ears. Black men actually listen and they actually try to adjust to it.
Yeah.
The problem is today is you've ran out of goodwill. You've ran out of it, because how many times are black men gonna have to adjust themselves to black women, and then there's no reciprocity? You still got black men complaining about certain things. There's dudes out here can't even get their women to cook for them.
That's crazy.
That's the whole reason why the chick Cooking with Kaya was so popular. I don't care what it wasn't just because she was cute. It's because she was cooking. You got brothers out here that can't get their women to cook. They can't get their women to do none of that stuff. It's so bad now because look, I farm content on TikTok to make my YouTube shorts. You should see some of the stuff women say up there. Women get up there and say, you know what? If you've been in my DMs for 2 years and I haven't responded, try my Cash App. Then maybe I'll respond.
Damn.
Wow.
And that's light. That's light compared to the other stuff they say. That's light. There was a woman up there. She said, if a man has to always wear a cap on his head under any circumstances, he on the DL. What?
Damn.
That's crazy.
I'm talking about, it be nonstop. Black men, it is so bad. Y'all seen some of my reels.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's so bad that I don't even give commentary anymore. I just play the video and then I just give the look like.
Yep.
Could I want to prove how good this shit is. I smoke.
Jeff, can we just say hello to Mr. Seven for a second? Hey man, what's going on?
What up, Uncle Jeff?
Mr. Seven, after Uncle Jeff go, then you can go.
That you don't even realize that could have been a meme, because the way you said that, sitting there with that big box.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. I'm gonna cut that later.
That's crazy.
Nothing. The two energies are supposed to exist, black man and black woman, and there's nothing more powerful when they align. See Bill Cosby and Camille. You don't have a Bill without a Camille. You don't have a Camille without a Bill. See Pauletta Washington. You do not know them if it was not for Pauletta Washington. When they are super powerful when they are aligned. When they are not, what you are looking at is unchecked feminine energy trying to find logic. That literally is in a search for logic. I am trying to find my way to decent men. And the only thing I can come up with is that a straight one is a red flag, and one that wears a hat all the time might be taking it in the corno. That is a desperate search for logic without positive male energy. When your woman, because they get some shit. They get some cosmic shit that you are never going to get. You are at a deficit if you do not have a grounded, earthy sister that is connected spiritually telling you shit. You walking with one eye open, nigga. You need that shit. The problem is that shit is so powerful, it needs to be contained by logic, and they won't let that happen. That is what you were saying. That's where you get this crazy fucking what man you respect that shit makes sense to. I'll end it there.
All right, Mr.
And that's
Seven.
how good the shit is, I smoke.
What are your thoughts tonight, man? Welcome to the show.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Salute.
Look at that Smitty.
Yeah, whatever.
What up?
It was happening, bro.
Whatever.
Well, Mr. Seven is.
So, y'all already know me. No, I'm not going to say what everybody else say. I like to sit back and listen. I really just wanted to kind of kick it and cool it with y'all, so I appreciate you letting me hang out. So, I'll respond. So, from what I hear is this, right?
I haven't heard anything from the one sister up here who's wrong, or any of the brothers. I haven't heard anything that really is off. I'm just hearing something that is continuously circular. The fact is this. Us as black people, and I'll make it short, I ain't gonna hold y'all. We keep on trying to point fingers talking about some who's right, who's wrong. I've heard every single bomb ass example of how, horrible this can be and that on whatever direction. The fact is this. We keep on trying to figure out who's wrong as opposed to what's wrong. Nobody wants to talk about this. I just wanted to point out what it is I've been listening to this whole time. I've just been sitting back listening to my peoples. I'm listening to great minds right now. The only thing I'm listening to is a whole bunch of 1 point this way, 3 point back the other on both things. So at whatever point will we be able to get that shit together? That's it. And I'm just observing. I just sit back, I observe, I listen to folks, and I just like to hang out and chill with the cool folks. I digress. My mic is muted. Respect to the family. Thank you for having me.
Smitty's full of shit right now. I love him. But he's full of shit. You're as full of shit as a Christmas turkey is full of dressing. And here's why.
Like I said, let me address the whole.
Sure.
The women is the problem. Women is the problem. Listen. I believe that we've lost our way, and I think that men should call out the problems of women. I think when you're dealing with a woman, you're basically raising a child. And I mean, and I said this at work, and a lot of the women looked at me like they want to fight, knowing that even if they all came together, that would be a losing battle. However, but I said it's like I'm raising children. It's like raising children. My daughters, I look at my daughters, my teenage daughters, and I see when I tell them no, they mope. Sometimes they're a little rebellious. Sometimes they have attitudes. Sometimes, and I check that shit. And then you fast forward to a woman, grown ass woman. She don't get one she wants. She mope. Attitude. Say anything, mumbling under her breath. It's the same thing. And I think that men are out of line for not calling it out. And I think initially that's what men should do. I think when things are going wrong with our women back in the day, they used to call it out. Men used to call it out. Women didn't have a problem with men calling out bad behavior by women back in the day. They didn't. Grandpa Dave could say, "Girl, stop acting like a hoe," and everybody would agree with him. You right, Papa. You told her. You need to tell her. But now if a man critiques a woman, y'all talk about women too much. You guys have had 30, 40 years of Ricky Lake and music and niggas ain't this and I don't want no scrub. And I mean, we've had so much defiled behavior about men. And as soon as a man said, it's my turn, we hate women. We're sexist.
That's all we talk about.
That's all that's all you guys talk about. But my thing is this. I think it was Unc said this. I don't remember who said it. It was probably Hank. He said, if you keep hearing something over and over again and people are talking about it, that means some shit ain't changed.
That's Hank.
And I think that I agree. I think when you go out to the mall and you see girls who are 14 years old, 15 years old, dressed like they 35 with their ass and their titties out, you wonder, who did they pass by when they walked out the house that didn't check this shit? Or you go online and you see videos of an uncle telling his niece, "You're not going out the house dressed like a whore." And the mama saying, "Leave that girl alone. Let that girl live her life."
Well, the thing is, when she walked out the door looking like that, it was whatever man in the room's fault because he need to man more, according to Anissa. But the funniest thing about that is, when you're talking about men taking responsibility and taking accountability, What men need to take responsibility and accountability for is checking the shit out of y'all. The very thing that you're saying we need to stop doing.
I didn't say that.
So,
I never said that.
You did say that.
I did not. I said that's all I hear. I said without talking about women, what are men accountable should be held accountable. That's what I
Does the
said.
name Jay
I
Prince
never
ring
said
a bell?
you had to stop anything.
Does the name Jay Prince ring a bell?
Well, here's
Anissa?
yeah, I know. Well, who is Jay Prince? Is
Look,
that a?
hold on.
Oh, I'm thinking J. Cole. That's a rapper, right?
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, because this is the other thing. This is the other issue. This is the other issue that black women. This is the other issue that black women have. Y'all have selective hearing.
No, I know it. I know what I said. I know what you all heard and how you all responded, but I know what my question was.
I'm not talking about
Man,
that.
can I ask you a question?
Wait a minute. Let me just finish this. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying y'all have selective hearing because for some odd reason, y'all never seem to hear the shows where we're going in on men.
Thank you.
Y'all
I
never
haven't.
hear those
Ever.
shows. Y'all never hear those, because for you to say, well, why y'all don't never hold the men account, or why can't y'all call out the men without blaming the women? We do that all the time.
Okay, well, maybe I need to watch your show more because
How much have you watched it in the past 2 months? You said it was 2 months.
Anissa.
Sometimes I see Angry Man. I don't know what your show is, Uncle Jeff.
So Anissa, you never seen the
But
show.
I see Angry Man sometimes, but
So Anissa, you never seen the show. You
I
never
see
seen a show on this
Angry
network.
Man mostly talking about women.
So
Though.
Anissa, you never seen a show on this network where we've held men accountable.
I told you.
Because she don't look at those men as men then.
We got a whole listen. I got a whole clip, an hour and something. We put a nigga on trial.
Yes.
And Lost in Translation cooked his ass for an hour and 10 minutes.
I think it was before I joined.
No, this was you was in the you was in the chat.
No. You don't have enough. You don't have enough paint. It's too many. It's too
I don't
many.
remember that. But here's the thing.
Okay,
Angry Man, let
no,
me ask
that's
you.
exactly. You're agreeing with Angry Man. You were in the chat and you don't remember it. If that ain't selective memory, could you explain the difference?
I have more going on than these shows, so it's very likely that I have forgotten.
Absolutely. Thank you. More to my point. Every sentence you are saying is making Angry Man's point. You have selected. If you were in the chat, hold on just a second.
And I don't remember that. I do not.
Exactly.
I'm saying it didn't happen.
You're helping me make my point, but that's okay. I got it. Hold on.
I'm allowed to forget, right? I don't remember.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. Now, with all that said, we are right back to dough. Angry Man said, Black women have selective hearing, and I'm going to say it if he didn't say it, because here is a prime example. Selective memory. If BMU is to be believed about his own fucking show,
I didn't say it wasn't true. I said I don't
exactly. I'm not saying whether I'm not. I'm trying to cross. Once I'm done. I'm done.
Hurry, please.
Okay. No, I'm gonna go with the. In the words of Jeff Brown, I'm not going as fast as I can. I'm going as fast as I'm gonna. BMU, if he is to be believed about his own show, and you have said out of your own mouth that I have other things to think about, if there is a better example of choosing not to see an hour of a dude getting cooked and opting for what's always here, if that's not selective memory, I'll eat shit with a spoon.
Okay. Enjoy some of that tonight.
Absolutely.
Angry Man, do you think the majority of men about 25 to 30 years old are ready to be husbands?
In this day and age?
Yes, are ready to be husbands.
No.
Okay.
No.
Not at all.
But here's the thing though with that, right? Here's the thing with that.
Okay. So we're gonna go back. Go ahead. I want to hear the explanation.
A large percentage of those men, who were they raised by?
Whoops.
Where are their fathers?
What you tell me?
Absent.
What?
Absent. Left. Didn't ain't shit. Didn't want.
I
Didn't,
beg your pardon.
You
didn't
tell
want them to.
fathers?
They left.
you,
They
you
left.
tell
I'm
me.
explaining. They left.
Hey, check
They
this
didn't want
out.
them
Hey,
to.
hold on. Check this out. Check this out. Check this out. If a basketball team is horrible, I blame the coach that's there, not the one that ain't.
So you feel like whoever their fathers are have no accountability to raise their sons.
Didn't
Who
say
said that?
Didn't say that.
I'm asking you. Do you
You
feel
putting
that?
paint where it ain't.
I didn't
That
know.
ain't, that ain't the
Just
premise.
say no, Angry Man. No,
didn't
he's
say
not
that.
saying that. No.
Just answer the question. Do you feel like the fathers of those young men, 20 to 25 to 30, who you said are not husbands, do you feel as though those men have any accountability for the children that they made to ensure that their sons are being raised to be young men and husbands? Do they have any accountability? That's all I'm
Yes.
asking.
Yes.
The men, the husbands, the
Of
ones
course,
that made them, do they
of,
have any responsibility or accountability for the children that they made, those boys?
My sweet dick. Just say yes, Angry
of
Man.
course they do.
Okay, that was
Of
Okay.
course they do. But
Exactly. Now let's
take
get
some
back on your subject.
accountability.
here's the reason why. Here's the reason why when you ask a question like that, I'm reluctant to answer it. Because as a black woman, that's your scapegoat.
There's no scapegoat.
You want me to say, hold on. You want me to
I want
say
you to be genuine. I want you to be honest. I want you to be fair.
you want me to say, well, that's more than what y'all do.
Well,
You
I'm
want me
asking
to
you a straight up question, which is what I asked you from the beginning.
But it's disingenuous.
How many
It's a
times have
It's not
disingenuous
that's
question.
not fair,
disingenuous.
guys?
Yes,
You
it
guys
is.
Not disingenuous.
It is though, because
Y'all
you
not
know
being
it's
fair.
action packed. Because if the man is not in the house, Anissa, his arm is only could go so far because the kid is not with him.
But he
You can't
left.
belittle that fact. He
But
could
hold-
want that kid to be a man, but if he only sees him on a weekend or every other weekend, his mother, the impact that a woman could have on a kid with a man not in the house is absolutely
but
diabolical.
hold on though.
And you can sit down here and kind of why it's just true.
Well, hold on, because we're leaving.
Go ahead.
We're leaving something out, and it always gets left out, right? So they recently did a study, and what they found a correlation between children that don't succeed and the ones that do. What they found is that the child's success is usually contingent upon the temperament of the mother. So if the mother is happy and nurturing and caring and even tempered, those children usually grow up to be successful, whether there's a father there or not. The ones that are mean and vindictive and hateful and mentally emotionally abusive, those children rarely ever succeed. Now this goes back to looking at the way it was when black people were together. Fathers were not as hands-on as y'all are trying to make it seem. Fathers got up in the morning and went to work. They weren't around their children. The examples that children learn from it's just like James Baldwin said, children rarely ever listen to their elders, but they've never failed to mimic them. So one of the main reasons why a young boy today finds it difficult to have a relationship is because he was raised by someone who couldn't maintain a relationship. That's his mother. Now, if you want to talk about, well, because we never talk about why the man left. He left because, quite frankly, a lot of black women, you can't live with them. You can't live with them. How are you supposed to live with somebody that's driving you crazy, driving you into an early grave? What is the leading cause of death for black men? Stress.
Yeah.
So yeah, you have black men out here that are stick it out even though their wife is driving them crazy. And you know what ends up happening? that man will be in the grave before he's 60, and she'll still be alive getting on somebody else's damn nerves. So it's still going back to the woman. And what I can't understand is, if we're trying to troubleshoot a problem, why is it we run down the list of the problems and then we get to one of them and we say, oh, don't even worry about that. We gonna skip past that and we gonna go back to the other, because we've been saying it's the men forever, and shit is getting worse. It's getting worse. It's getting worse. And the reason why it's getting worse is because every time we run down the list of the problems of the Black community, when we talk about, well, you know, it's not group economics is the problem. We don't make enough money. That's the problem. We not in church. That's the problem. The men ain't doing this. That's the problem. When we run down the list of the problems, we are willing to attack every problem except the Black woman's attitude, mentality, and the way she interacts with the Black man. We don't want to address that for nothing in this world. And it's just like how Smitty just came up here with that same old song that Negroes with their kumbaya tree-hugging bullshit like to come with. Everybody's pointing the finger. I notice every time we bring up something about the women, it's we pointing the finger. When we bring up something the men do wrong, ain't nobody saying we pointing the finger. We check that shit. The moment somebody says, well, what about when men do this? Niggas say, you know what? They wrong and they should stop doing that. We don't say, hold on, let's stop pointing the finger. Every time we bring up,
you don't know what he's been through.
Exactly. Every time it's like, why we gotta be pointing the fingers? Why can't we just fix the problem? Why can't we address it? It's part of what the man is supposed to do. Y'all love to talk that man is a leader, man is responsible, he's supposed to be responsible, but guess what else he's supposed to be responsible for? The way you act. The way you act. How is he supposed to be? How you gonna split the fence and say, okay, he can be responsible when it comes to paying my bills. He can be responsible when it comes to helping me raise these kids. He can be responsible when it comes to cutting the grass and getting his ass up and go to work, but he better not tell me shit. How that work? It don't.
See how serious that is?
So I should be single until I'm 40?
You should have been married before you were a mother.
You're right. You're right.
That's the point. That's why that's old wisdom. Marry before you carry. Because when you get here, all the choices are bad. And y'all want good choices after bad decisions. It doesn't work. And it ain't the men's fault.
So when he told me to have this baby and get me pregnant, it ain't his fault.
Nope.
It's yours.
Because I decided to go through with
Yep.
it. You're right. You're right. So I guess, okay, so I give my criticism. So basically, my question for you is what I can do, and you're basically telling me I should just be single. I ain't gonna
You
get
should
no
marry your
man to
child's
love me or
father.
my child.
Well, no, here's the thing. What you have to understand is the men out here who don't have children don't want to deal with a woman who couldn't submit to her baby daddy. They don't want to deal with baby daddy issues. They don't want to pay for another man's child. It's not even how human beings are.
Facts.
Okay, I think if I may, I think what you're watching is the inverse of my body, my choice. When I am elected emperor, my body, my choice will be absolutely for every woman, to include prostitutes. Everywhere there is a Planned Parenthood clinic, there will be a whorehouse down the street. So that, because I have not heard one woman who champions deletion of babies that champions prostitution, because it brings the value down on trapping the right nigga. I think what you're watching right there is some man who has abdicated. And yeah, let me get on the men right here. It is her body, and that's the dumbest shit I've ever seen. Jason was asleep in history class. You do understand that name a non-slave stop that is Latino. Go. Now, anyway, what has to happen with this shit right here is that every woman has to have the choice over her body. But no man gets to tell a woman what to do when you shoot responsibility in her. You lost it when it went into her.
You lost
If
that
I
shit.
want to keep it and you don't, too bad. If I don't want to keep it and you do, too bad. You put yourself in that position. And you did that because you don't know your great granddaddy's name. So you are willing to make babies like puppies because your line don't mean shit to you. I'll say this, I'll land the plane. I was fucking up bad. And my father said, "What's your last name?" I said, "Brown." He said, "That's my last name. Until you get your own family, you putting dirt on my damn name and ain't no dirt on my name. I suggest you stop because the next time I have to talk to you about it, I'm not going to be talking. Do you understand?" When
Yes,
you don't
sir.
have that kind of conversation with a young man, he doesn't understand how important it is that he don't stick his dick in crazy. That he don't lay down with any woman he is not prepared to have a child with unless that woman is a whore. They serve a purpose.
I completely disagree.
Even with the whole house down the street?
Yeah, I disagree. I'm gonna tell you why I disagree. I'm gonna substantiate my argument.
Wait a second.
I'm gonna
You
substantiate my
disagree with
argument.
the ability to buy pussy and not go to jail?
Yeah.
I beg your pardon.
I disagree with that.
Okay, go ahead, angry man. I gotta get ready for this.
Well, number one, men, you feel what I'm saying?
Oh, nigga, crazy, man.
There's certain things we let women get away with because they're women and it's women nature. I'm not talking about the ridiculousness, but it's certain stuff that women do that we overlook, right? We acknowledge female nature, right? We refuse to acknowledge male nature. Now, I get that you want to point out that, you know, a man stuck his responsibility inside a woman.
Sure.
A man will stick his Johnson in a warm hole in a wall, bro.
Yes, absolutely.
You feel me?
Yes.
The reason why back in the day you didn't have certain issues as prominent as you do now is because men actually regulated women's sexuality. Regulated. So the way the society was structured is any woman that was just willing to open her legs to a dude that she wasn't married to was considered a whore. And back then, women did not want to be considered whores. The reason why you have the baby mama-ism and the single mama-ism is not because men can't control their Johnson. Men have never been able to control their Johnson. There's only a handful, there's only a small percentage of men that have been able to conjure up the discipline to not do that, right? So when you have women that are loose, you're gonna always have this problem because a man can't screw a woman unless she allows it, unless it's that other thing.
I don't think you understand, sir.
Go ahead.
We are going to a place where you're not going to have to worry about that. Because we're still looking at monogamy for black people. And first off, if you're over 35, you just got out the game. You should get out the game at the same time that athletes retire. You about out the game. I'm talking about the ones that's coming into the game. If you're under 30, you're under 35, and you want a black man in the future, you're gonna share him. That's what the numbers say. That's not Uncle Jeff, not some over masculine hyper. No, that marriage shit is played like suede when it's 90 in the shade. You are going to have to get behind a man that's of some value, as in a plumber that hangs out with Coach Ferd that does what he does, that hang out with our Payne that do what he do, and so forth and so on at this constituency of brothers here. Nothing else is going to save you. And any man worth being with, I ain't saying he fucking him, but he gonna have a few women he's responsible for if they are black. And we are all going to get together, and we ain't letting no hyenas in here. You gonna be out on the cold fucking prairie with that shit, because hyena energy is going to become dangerous.
But they already sharing.
Exactly, because this doesn't work for us. This isn't who we are. This is what happens. The calamity becomes when you mix how a king deals with women with how a commoner deals with women. Commoners, monogamy is for commoners. It wasn't for kings. This is why you get a Kobe Bryant situation. This is why you get a Kevin Hart situation, because these dudes are kings and they have too much ego to pay.
Look at Anissa's face while you describing this.
Oh, well,
you know what?
she gotta use some other history to prove me wrong, and I got too much on my side.
You know what, Jeff? You own to something, man. I don't think people want to call out what needs to be called out.
Yes.
A lot of times when women always say the men aren't there, it's because you weren't the wife. Those women weren't the wife. Those women were the side pieces. So those were the ones that complained the loudest. And you know, the sad part about it is if the wives were at home doing their jobs, then the men wouldn't have to go out and get a side piece. So now you got two women.
I got to throw a flag on the play. I got to throw a flag on the play.
Come on.
There is no such thing. Here's the problem with cheating.
Come on.
You got to lie first.
Yeah, that's what cheating actually is. It's
That's
lying.
what cheating is. You got to lie first. So I will never, ever defend a dude that say, I got another woman because my woman didn't do blank. Well, why didn't you delete her? It's because you're not a murderer. You're not a murderer. Right. You're a cheater, and cheaters cheat. There's only one reason to cheat, and it's low integrity. And what I'm telling dudes to have now, I think a man should be with as many women as he can be honest with.
Damn.
As many as he can be honest with.
That's a bar.
Many, and being honest with her is, hey, this is how much money I make, so this is what we doing. And I know dudes like that can't rub two nickels together at first. But if they're real leaders and they have more than one woman around them on some powerful shit, see D-Ray. D-Ray was 50 cents away from a quarter when y'all first saw him.
Hell yeah. Yep.
When you first knew D-Ray was not rich when you knew him. You know how D-Ray got rich? He got 3 women behind him on his program that's hot on they shit. That's a fact, bro.
I gotta throw a flag on the play. Cheating is not a thing.
Look at our pain.
Okay. Explain that.
Cheating is a concept that women came up with to eliminate competition.
Y'all cooking tonight, man.
Okay. I don't. Here's why I vehemently disagree with that.
Flat out.
Because what you just described is my uncles that I grew up with. Bruh, I had some angry man. I grew up on 60th and Damon. You ask anybody from Chicago what that is. When I tell you I had some of the most fantastic Christmases because my uncle's girlfriends was competing. Oh my sweet dick. I one Christmas I got 4 Tyco race sets. My grandmama was like, we gotta take out grandmama, please. You can't even put all these together. Nigga, watch.
Well, that's not the competition I'm talking about. I get what you're talking about. That's not the competition I'm talking about.
Okay.
The competition I'm talking about is not the women, competing with each other for the affinity of a man. What I'm talking about is a woman getting a man to think in terms of monogamy and one-ism so that once he commits himself to her, she can fall back because she ain't got to worry about another woman taking him.
Oh, because
That's a different type of profession.
Yes, I'll smoke a bag of that. I'll smoke a bag of what's behind me on that. That's I got you in this monogamy bag.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's like she bring up the rules like, well, you can't do this. No, it ain't your fucking business. It's not your business.
Now, and that's where I disagree.
No,
I
listen to
think-
what I'm saying though. When you have a woman that'll sit back and start want to implement rules and shit like that, now you on her playing field again.
No, I think what it is, JT, is that she made him an offer that he couldn't refuse. That's what that is.
Well, that's where they be messing up with. That's why you be having neos and shit that don't know what the fuck they doing trying to do shit.
Wait a minute, what did Neo do so bad?
Look, it's like Patrice O'Neal said, right?
Look at our pay.
Patrice O'Neal said the woman that you end up with is when you said men are fishermen. The woman that you end up with is the fish that jump back on the boat that don't want to leave.
Yeah.
Right? He said, but once you got that fish wants you to get rid of your fishing boat. They want to get rid of your fishing rod, all of that. He said, but why would I get rid of the thing that gave me the ability to get you? I need to make sure I still have the smell of fish on me so you will act right.
Yep.
So you understand that you're not the only. I could go get someone else. So what's happened in the modern day is men have been put in this sort of monogamy morality trap, right? Like for instance, here's the prime example, right? If you at home, right, and let's say for argument's sake, your wife decides she don't want to cook that day, and you're like, man, I'm hungry, man. What'd you cook? And she's like, I don't feel like cooking today, right? It's not a big issue because you can hop on the phone and you can order DoorDash, or you can go out and grab you something to eat. But if your woman in your monogamous relationship don't want to give you any ass that night,
you ass
done. Yeah, you ass out, literally.
No, what you do is you take you 20 in the front.
You see what I'm saying?
And 40 in the back.
You see what I'm saying? So it's like, but if a man is in a situation where, see, here's the thing, and it's just like what you were saying, Uncle Jeff, with that part, that's the good competition, right?
Mm-hmm.
If your uncles had multiple girlfriends, they're looking at, okay, I don't want to be the least favorite one. So it's like, ain't gonna be no, well, I'm not cooking today. No, all of them cooking because they trying to be the best cook for him. You see what I'm saying? So like that whole monogamy thing, like, and I don't care what nobody say. I think that Europeans invented that shit. But
there's no thing.
How you guys doing tonight?
Yo,
what's up, back in there?
I'm doing good. How about
dark
you guys?
brother in the dark. What's happening?
I'm doing good. You know, when you guys talk about polygamy, that's where I come in.
All right now. Tell us how it works, man.
Yeah, break it down, Doc. Break it down.
Let me put it this way. Oh, damn, I left my gas tank open. Somebody, I got to stop to close my gas tank. I'm sorry about that.
Want to get his ass out. Okay, the preceding, ladies and gentlemen.
No, I was saying that my gas tank was open, so I had to stop my car and close it. So when it comes to polygamy, right? I got to say this to you guys, right? You can't give what you don't have, right? You have to have it to give it. But polygamy is not actually in essence of wealth, how much you have, or if it's made for the kings and not for the ordinary man. Polygamy is made for almost every man, but you have to know the meaning of polygamy. You have to know how polygamy operates. You have to understand the concept of polygamy before you can get into a polygamous marriage. For instance, in America, most people see polygamy as sex. It's not sex. It's a duty to family. And every woman involved in it understands that it's a duty. She has a duty to her husband. She has a duty to please her husband. And every single one of them, including the kids that are born in that polygamous relationship, have a duty to please their father. The man is the center of everything, not the children. It's the man. Nobody eats in that house except he eats. After he has eaten, that's when everybody eats. And nobody argues in that house. Every woman in that house have to respect him when he comes in. Polygamy is very deep. It's very deep because you understand it has to do with culture, the concept of culture. You have to understand culture, and these women that are involved in polygamy have to be raised to understand culture and understand the benefits of polygamy.
Okay, I got a question for you, Ekene.
Yes, sir.
Because you haven't said one thing I disagree with, but what I think I'm seeing, brother, and this is not a flex. JT knows this to be the truth. I was talking about right now, 10 years ago, me and Zoe Williams, and nailing it to the wall, exactly what is happening. What I'm saying is in the next 10 years, the only thing that's going to work is what you just described because of what the numbers say, of how society is crumbling, of who makes sense. The fact that this show is one of the few shows on the internet that's black men that make some goddamn sense on a regular. The fact that it's that rare and there's so many sisters and there's going to be so much unrest and there's going to be so much violence and so much shortage and so much, what do you know? How else is it going to pan out, in your opinion? And because you look at world shit, what are your thoughts?
So this is one thing that I see what you're saying because I listened to you said it earlier. That concept is going to happen, but there is also a group of men that are fighting it from not happening. Are they going to win? You can't beat nature, but you can only pay the consequences to it. Why do I say this? United States has a law that prohibits polygamy, even though nature doesn't prohibit polygamy, right? So now the consequences of that is that you have baby mamas. And because you have baby mamas, you also have men that actually don't want to get married. They prefer these baby mamas because they don't have responsibility to them. But the women think that it's beneficial to them because they're getting government handouts. But guess what? Marriage is an organization and is an organized entity. It has to be organized. Everything in it has to be organized. It goes from the man down to the child through the mother. You see what I'm saying? Nobody's supposed to misbehave. But the reason why people are misbehaving in it today is because there is something called a government that tried to change nature. But instead, nature punishes everyone.
Akine, let me ask you something, right? Because I totally agree with what you say. I actually pointed this out, but you articulated it better. I said what we have here in America is sort of a dysfunctional pseudo form of polygamy.
Yeah, broken polygamy.
You have brothers that have multiple baby mamas and all. It's like they're doing that, but they're not doing it in the right way to where it would actually benefit in the situation, right? So my question to you is this: what you're basically saying is that is just us as human beings trying to operate within polygamy, but doing it the wrong way. It's the nature of man just coming out.
100% correct. Because if you look at it this way, angry man, right? Polygamy is very, very beneficial. It's the most beneficial thing to a man. Not sex or not the sex you get from it, but it helps you to build wealth.
Yes.
Your lineage.
Yeah. Your lineage is much expanded. You can build what is going to take you 100, 200 years to build. You can build it in 50 years. You can build a whole lot. Just imagine right now. Put it this way. You have a woman that doesn't work, refuses to work. She wants to stay at home and be a mother, but she doesn't want to work. You said, okay, no problem, don't work. Instead instead of you to put all that burden on yourself, you marry Keisha and you marry Tanya, right? Tanya and Keisha are hardworking women. They don't want to stay at home and raise the kids. They want to work. You put them to work. Now you have 3-4 incomes coming from two, 3 women. Whereas one of them is just staying home raising all the kids.
Yeah.
But you and the rest of them, you go to work. And she gets to discipline every one of them kids, both her biological kids and non-biological kids. She gets to discipline all of them, and their mother comes home and discipline them. You come home and take charge of everyone. It gives your family a meaning.
So let me ask this question, right? Because this is something I've suspected for a long time. Because I used to have these conversations back in the day, right? So do you think the reason why in America they make it illegal to do that because they know it's literally a way of regular people building wealth and literally building a dynasty?
Brother, how can you tax? How can you? Okay, yeah. Tell me how you tax this. The 6 of us are the elders. That's why when you was talking about America, Ekene, I don't think we're gonna be calling it that much longer. And I'm gonna owe somebody some money. I think it's angry man. We're the elders of a village. And we are the best at what we do to a level that allows us to barter with other villages and make and our village is strong because of what we do. If we are in charge and in charge the way you say, where I teach one thing, Angry Man teach something else, and there's 5, 6 more other brothers here, and we got math covered, science covered, welding covered, plumbing covered, electrical covered, self-defense covered. We got all these things covered, and the kids don't go to a particular school at a particular time. And JT's wife make beans the best. Arpane's wife makes whatever she make, and so on and so forth. And we feed the kids in the middle. Nigga, how you tax that?
Let me put it this way, Uncle Jeff. You see, like people will tell you sometimes that our ancestors were illiterate, right? Actually, they were smarter than us.
Oh, please, come on. Of course.
We are just programmed to be engineers, doctors, and lawyers, but they were better doctors, only that they didn't have the technology to make it better. But this is what I'm trying to say in essence. The reason why I said that they were smarter than us was because they didn't know just one thing. They knew a lot. They knew a lot of things. They were philosophers. They were psychologists. There were so many things among themselves. They understand nature and human nature to the granular. But the thing is, what made America a problem to nature was because the laws of America were written by young men, not elderly men. So it was a law written with emotions, not a law written with articulation. The reason why I said that is because they were revolutionaries. They were revolting what the elderly men said. They were revolting against it. In essence, look at Mr. Penn. Sometimes when Mr. Penn is speaking, right, you see the young kids in the chat room insulting him because they don't like that. They're revolutionaries. But when those kids come to become the age of my age or Mr. Penn, guess what? They begin to change. But it's too late because they've done damage to the system. So America has done damage to the system because America, the founders were revolutionists, right? So they wanted something different. But what they wanted actually went against nature. So the tax system that you're talking about, how do you tax this? But I got to tell you, they believe that the taxation should be maximized, but the payback of the taxation, which is the return, should be minimized. You see what I'm saying? So the reason why they won't allow polygamy is because if you have 6 wives and the whole of 6 of you pay taxes, you're going to get a whole lot of money back, almost all your money back. But they would rather have you practice monogamy, whereby you can get other women pregnant or whatever you want to do, but only one woman get to claim that.
Okay, man. So everybody wants an extra wife or two. Go to Africa. Go where you go. Middle East, where you can get those. Right? We're in America, and it's just listen. I don't want none of this nasty, filthy shit out here. I want my one wife with me and my dogs. I don't want this cesspool out here that we're in today fighting for.
I got bad
Oh,
news.
remember,
Listen.
remember,
No, you ain't got. You got bad news for the single guy. I'm good. We locked in over here. I'm not.
Here's the bad news, brother.
I'm military ready. I stay ready.
Absolutely.
And I'm not
As am I.
Gonna acquiesce to that level of toxic bullshit.
You're going to, Ferg, the creator is going to send you some women to be over that you're not fucking.
Well, I'll be glad when
the
he
creator,
do.
Okay.
I'm not going to look for him, but if he show up, then I'm good.
You're not going to have to. When this shit hits the fan, all this fucking dumbass logic that's coming out, it's going to burn. It ain't going to work.
You know what's interesting? You know what's interesting? What's interesting is every man up here, to a degree, I guarantee you, is responsible for more than just one woman.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's the crazy thing. Like I had to think about that one day. I'm sitting there thinking about all of the women that I'm responsible for.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? The only difference between that and what Akine is talking about is what he's talking about is more structured and it's actually something where it's actually benefiting you instead of being a drain on you.
Yeah.
And what's weird to me, and this is something that I've never understood when I look around at the way the community is today, because I just saw Anessa in the chat room basically say that's some BS. Ain't no way I'm taking care of other women or their kids, right?
Yeah.
So here's the funny thing about this. Don't you find it interesting that women are willing to be baby mamas, which means they have to share another dude? They're not getting any real benefits from that, but the idea of being a second wife where they do get benefits is crazy to them.
That's wild. That is wild.
They don't think that far, fellas.
They don't. Well, here's the problem. They still think they're in the game. Anissa, I got some bad news for you. Unless you got a man now that you treating different than what we getting here, we're not really even talking to you because you don't have any other choice at your age to do anything else. You will cook and dispel wisdom, or you will be in the cold prairie. That's how it's gonna go.
Yeah,
Uncle Jeff, the reason why Anessa could say what she was saying is because the government provides her certain things that gives her the cushion to be able to sound the way she sounds. But if the government should take that away, which is what Trump is aiming to, then you're going to see that, guess what? They will then look for a man to do that. But the other reason why I found out that women enjoy where they are is because if they commit to a man, they won't have access to multiple men. That's why they want to be baby mamas. Because if she's a baby mama, right, she's not married to him. And he can come and go. Other men can come and go. So she's just enjoying the moment. But the question is, for how long can she enjoy it? When she passes certain age, she won't settle for that polygamy. But guess what? The toll will take on her. What I'm trying to tell Anessa in essence is this, right? You are not working for other women. They're working for you as well. So you giving your 100%, they're giving their 100%, and their 100% is benefiting you, and your 100% is benefiting them. Because you got to understand, if you have to lift a 200-pound weight, Does that make any sense that you should be lifting a 200-pound weight? But you want 4 of you to lift a 200-pound weight, whereby you giving 100% of your support to that weight, and they are giving 100% of their support to that weight. The quantity of that weight, percentage of that weight on you becomes how many percent? 25% of that weight is on you. Not 100% of that weight is on you. Even though you're giving that weight 100% of your effort, but the weight, Mr. Penn understands this as an engineer, but the total percentage of the weight on you is only 25. Because you know what? You're sharing that weight of that family
I'm
together.
not an engineer, but I get it.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, though, and this is what Anissa doesn't realize, right? Because she asked me a question, right, about the young men. The young men today are not getting married, but you know what I've noticed, and I've seen it on TikTok. There's a few content creators that put out content. I have noticed numerous brothers that are in polygamous relationships.
Yes.
A whole lot.
They are literally, there's a lot of them. There's way more than I thought. Like there's a lot of
surface. They start to surface.
They're not doing of course they can't do the legitimate marriage with the legal thing and all that, but they're cohabitating together. So there's a couple of dudes I know, they be on there and they got like at least 3 girls that's with them and shit.
Yeah.
So
I'm angry man. Before you guys say something, I gotta say something real quick. Just give me you guys can count it 15 seconds. Do you know that the women 45 and older are the ones that don't want to practice polygamy, whereas the ones younger are the ones that practice polygamy among women?
Yes.
Yeah.
But it doesn't. But here's the thing: you're talking about a group of people that because they dropped the ball and the people before them dropped the ball and they're okay with the ball being dropped. We covered this earlier. The world doesn't give a fiddler's fuck about what they're talking about. If you are over 45, I'm talking to you. No one gives a fuck. No one cares. You are out of the game. You are trying to, I'll say this out loud, you are trying to play in a game you should be coaching. But you don't have the guts to drop back and coach. And it's going to get bad out here for that.
It's already bad for him, bro.
You know what's ironic? What's ironic is in the Islamic world, the women that end up being a second or third wife, it's usually a woman that was widowed or, you know what I'm saying? Like that was the purpose of it, so that you wouldn't have women that were out here
were uncovered
with children that weren't being taken care of and all of those different things. And that's why it's funny that you see these older women nowadays that's bitter and angry and single and shit. And it's like, well, look, like what Uncle Jeff is talking about, I agree with. If you look at the numbers, it's impossible for Black women to be able to pair one woman to one man. It's impossible.
You said if you do the math 1-to-1, and we go Coach Ferg's way, monogamy from here on in, you have just and the sentence gets worse as babies are born. You have just sentenced 16 Black women to never have a man if they want a brother.
Mm-hmm.
That's the math, bro. That's what your math is saying.
I understand that, but I don't want none of this nasty cheese out here. There's too much nasty fucking cheese out here.
Okay. Now it makes sense. Okay. That makes sense.
That's the only reason. Like you said, if I was to be blessed,
it's a
cesspool. If I was to be blessed,
then she would have to. It's a cesspool out here. No doubt about it. But the culture of it. The culture is in the direction that it causes that for polygamy, it makes a lot of sense. The problem is that you're going to have a whole new batch of people to be able to get it started. Because right now, this shit is, you got the wrong people.
I don't think you hear me, man. You're wrong. You're wrong, brother.
Tell me where I'm wrong at.
You're wrong. You're wrong at Brother Ben X. You're wrong at Brother.
No. I get them. Yeah, I get you.
Okay, what I'm saying to you is that there is a group of young people
Yeah, they can have
That's
that
on
shit.
their shit, bro. And they're on this shit I'm talking about and what Angry Man was talking about.
No, I get those. I'm not, but
Okay.
those ain't the ones I'm talking to.
Exactly. And everything else you talking to is gonna get in line with this shit or they gone.
Oh, well, they're going to be gone before they get in line. That's why I said, right. So that's why I said, like, we already understand life is going fast as shit, bro. I mean, before you know it, you got another generation that's already about to be grown, right?
Yes.
So that's what I mean by it's going to take a whole group of people to be able. Yeah. So when we're talking about this right now, bro, just think about this. It's something that's about to catch fire. It's already been catching fire right now. And that is the motherfuckers out here in these streets interviewing these goddamn streetwalkers. And it's about to be something really, really big because what I saw was they got a couple of them that's in Detroit, Philadelphia, California. It's a bunch of them.
I saw
ATL. Yeah. So
all the major cities.
Yeah. So the craziest thing, it's very intriguing because these homeless people, streetwalkers. They're interviewing streetwalkers. So what's happening is what you're starting to see. Yeah, these young dudes too. And so what you're seeing is a bunch of these women that are homeless, right? And the age is crazy, bro.
Yeah.
You talking about 22.
Yeah.
I seen a couple of them. I just went down a little rabbit hole and I was just looking at how crazy it was. Do you know what all of them still have on? And they're wehomeless. They all still got weave. They still got they wear Gucci. They got goddamn eyelashes and they ain't got no place to stay, bro. It ain't none of it. And all of them, they saying the same damn thing. The only way that they can make money is to sell that cooch. It's crazy. And I'm talking about from all different walks of life. A lot of people ain't understanding that this is what's taking fire right now. It's starting to happen so much where I seen this 22-year-old yesterday and she was talking about when she became homeless. They all got the same story. They was all grown up in a foster care. The foster care daddy or the brother was messing with them. They ran away from home. They ended up trying to have a pimp, but the pimp kept taking their money. They got 5 kids, 4 kids. And when they ask them, when you rather, be at home with your kids? Well, my kids, they taken care of. Some of them stay with my mom. Some of them stay with,
which is not the answer.
It is. It's crazy because this is what it's like if you show Kendra G, Pop the Balloon, and then you start showing all the shit from their mindset on what their reality is, man, this shit will blow your fucking mind, bro.
Hey, JT, that crash out is gonna be
crazy. It's gonna be crazy.
And to Anissa, stop telling us who y'all be confessing and you don't even realize it. She said that the men can afford multiple women, not that they need multiple women. Like, who are these men that y'all think is just flat broke, Anissa?
Right.
Because according to her, she don't be speaking to nobody. They don't say the people in her circle.
What made you think that's who we was talking about?
That's crazy.
She say all the time, I don't know many of those men in my circle now, but you know the broke ones, huh?
Of course.
That's crazy, man. That's wild.
That's why I say we need to take some time and talk about these horrible niggas so we can get them out the way. Because they run to the horrible nigga corner all the time. And niggas they chose, by the way. There is no gotcha, bitch. There is no I'm an accountant. I work for Goldman Sachs. Gotcha, bitch. I actually sell incense and pit bull puppies out the back of my car, nigga. That nigga does not exist. That nigga that you either, there's only one of 2 ways for you to run across ain't shit dudes. Since you have intuition, either you're ignoring it or that shit is trash. Give me a thing.
There's a book that was written a long time ago. I think in the early 1900s, called "Man and Supermen" by George Bernard Shaw. Towards the end of that book, he discussed marriage and relationships. In that book, all the way back then, he said a woman would rather share a first-rate man than to commit singularly to a third-rate one.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
And it's been true to this day. Like, to this day, it's been true, because even with the women today that pretend, like, let's be real, a lot of these women are just lying to themselves and pretending they know that nigga they dealing with got another
Ain't
woman.
shit.
They know it.
Yep.
They know it. But because the dude is offering something that they want, and it ain't always got to be money. Sometimes it's Johnson. Sometimes he lay that pipe work. You feel what I'm saying? And they pretend like they don't know what's going on. Like, it's crazy to me.
Absolutely.
Oh, I know plenty of dudes live off of their dick.
Oh yeah.
Especially out here in LA. Dude, they go down to Orange County where all them divorced white women with all that bread at. I'm telling you, I know 5 dudes, I ain't gonna put them out, 5 that fit this description. Drive expensive German cars, wear really nice clothes, off of their dick. That's all they doing is slinging pipe. That's it.
Yeah.
They tapping around. They baby calfing.
Every man in the, look, I don't know their age bracket, but I will say this: every man in their youth has found themselves in a situation at one point where they had to look down at their Johnson and said, "Well,
who are you?
How we gonna get out of this one?"
Right.
No, I wasn't. No,
Nigga.
I thought you was going another way.
I should have went somewhere else. Nigga, in your ass. You had to want to fuck.
I didn't, bruh. I don't. What did Franklin and Josh say? I don't think with my dick. My dick thinks for me. Dude, I was horrible. That's what I tell dudes. Until I'm gonna say this, I'm out of here, y'all. As long as your dick is the general manager of the team, you gonna make it. You gonna win some games, but your ass ain't gonna never make it to the playoffs. You go.
But you know what the problem is, Jeff?
Yo.
The problem is with age and maturity, you learn not to listen to him.
Oh my God! But he's still talking.
He's an inspirational mother.
Oh my God!
Dreamer. He's a dreamer. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, that leaves you holding the bag. He passed out in your pants. He ain't. Your dick ain't getting shot at. You are.
His aspirations sometimes be high.
You do.
And you be like, I'm not listening to you. La 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 la.
Okay, which brings me to an excellent.
The hardest thing a man has to do. The
hardest thing a man has to do is turn down a good piece of steaming hot pussy.
Okay, now,
especially if you see the steam coming off of it. You see the steam coming off of it. It's over.
Look, your Johnson is like this. You be in a situation where you're literally in the driver's seat, and then all of a sudden your Johnson be like, "Man, get the hell out the
way. You take it too long."
Your indecisive ass.
You're tiptoeing and shit.
Hell yeah. All right, man. We about to go all get up out of here, brother. It's been a real one, man.
Hey, matter of fact, I got a message.
What's wrong?
I got a message for the black men before we get up out of here.
Okay, as you get it ready, is it all right if I do a shameless plug for Uncle Jeff's male important decision cream? That is exactly what this is for.
What's the application?
Okay, you can jack off with baby oil or whatever you like. That is not what this is for. And as you can tell, I've been doing a lot of research. This is it's look at that. This is fantastic. It's a fantastic viscosity. It's a perfect viscosity.
The texture.
Yeah, the texture is perfect. And what it's for, this is not just for jack it off, gentlemen. This is for before you make an important decision, before you buy a car, before you go on a first date, before you go on a job interview, you get your dick out of the equation with Uncle Jeff's male important decision. It's a fantastic stocking stuffer. Give it to that male whore in your life that you don't want to bring home an illegitimate baby from college. This shit right here. This is one of our weapons, bro. This is one of our weapons. Think about this. I'll land the plane here. Think about this, young gentleman. Every man here remembers the evil arch villain his dick was when he was 19.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now at that 19 years old young man, think about it. If you jack off before you go out on the date, you relaxed, you ain't pressed for no cooter, and if she give you some, you on that second nut Superman shit the first time out
Hell yeah.
Get you some Uncle Jeff's mail. Tell me I ain't gonna change lives with this shit right here.
Yo, so I gotta say this to all the black men, because you know I'm not like a lot of the fellas. I don't have that much hope in the so here is my message to black men. This is the angry man. I regret to report that both the black community and the black family have fallen, and a dark shadow of the gynocracy has risen in its place. This message is a warning and a reminder to any surviving black men. Trust in the force. Do not return to the black community. Time has passed and our future is uncertain. We will each be challenged, our trust, our faith, our friendships, but we must persevere. And in time, a new hope will emerge. May the force be with you.
Oh!
brothers can't go get their sons.
We're premiering on Max, and it 2027.
Shit.
The brothers can't go get their sons when they got to leave their kids behind too.
Hey,
you haven't been in the house long enough, yeah.
They gotta grab what they can get, bro.
Yeah, man. Grab everything. You gotta start all over.
We're joking, but I'm just pretty much where we are.
Yeah.
All the signs are there.
You niggas ain't gonna listen, are you? I keep telling you. The only thing that's gonna survive is if you can say what you do with a couple words: plumber, carpenter, brick mason. If you're not with your author, producer, if you are the assistant manager to the so and so or the so and so, here come Trump. He got rid of all that.
You ain't got no skills. You fucked. Absolutely. What happened? What happened to the job?
You said he was gonna cut out anyway.
Oh, okay. Yeah, man. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I'm out.
There you go.
I'm gonna holler at y'all, man.
Yeah. Most definitely, man. Hey, man, I had a good conversation, man. Most definitely.
Angry man. All right.
Yeah.
Hey, Angry man, you going live tomorrow? You going live tomorrow, bro?
About to marry a second wife.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Sometime tomorrow. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Thoughts, Angry man.
Most definitely, bro. Hell yeah. All right. Peace out.
Man, come on.
Yes, sir. All right, y'all, man. Anybody else got any last words before we get up out of here?
Good show, man. It's a good show. I mean, at least, you know what? We actually stayed a little bit on topic, man. What the hell, man?
Yeah.
A little bit, but we came back to it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I always get you guys on topic.
Yeah.
You came late, man. You out there trying to work. The polygamy thing, that was a good way you explained how that.
Next time you come up, the only thing you can speak on is solutions. I don't want you to have no more problems. I've been on here. You got every problem in the community. You can only say, this is how we going to fix it. That's it.
Coach, you crazy, dog.
The question was a good one, and Angry Man answered that. She just didn't hear it.
Yeah. Yeah.
He answered. He says, "Listen, it's forget about it. We don't, you guys don't want to listen, so we got to just go find new pastures."
Yeah.
No, it's not for me. It's not for anybody who has a wife. We're out of that game. But you're not changing any minds.
And now, but I differ with changing minds because what I can see. And
you ain't listening to what I'm saying. You're not changing any of the women's minds. Let me be more explicit. 92% of black women are liberals. I'm saying they're liberals. They believe in a lot of shit that doesn't jive with where men want to go.
Right.
It's as simple as that. You can't. They got to come off the plantation on their own.
I'm going to disagree with that.
No,
I disagree with that.
I agree with that.
You can disagree all you want.
I'll give you. If I say I disagree with that, I'm still going to give you an instance why the reason why I say that is not correct is this, right? The reason why black women are the way they are is because men allow it. I'll tell you why. I don't worry. I'll tell you why.
Okay, tell me why.
There better be a solution,
the solution. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to give the solution, and this is the solution, right?
Yeah.
If men say this is what we want, and men trade towards that, guess what? Women will fall in line.
It won't happen now.
It is not going to happen instantaneously. No, it's not going to happen instantaneously.
The point you're making is something that you want men to go contrary to their nature in order to get women to change their mind. That's just not going to happen. Because the first thing you're going to tell me is you got to be disciplined. You got to have dick discipline and all that.
No. That's not what I'm saying. Yeah. Nope. It doesn't have to be that.
Change your mind. Because men are going to always go after where the women are at. The women, in terms of sex.
Yeah.
And the women get affirmed based on the fact that you want to stick your Johnson in them. They ain't changing their mind.
No, the reason why they're doing what they're doing is because you have let me put it this way, Mr. Payne. 100% of men, right? 100% of men.
Whatever percent.
No, I'm just saying 100% of men. I'm using the pie charts, right? Use pie chart, 100% of men, right? Then you have according to statistics, you have that 20% that don't give a damn. And guess what? As long as you have that 20% that don't give a damn, even if they go down to 10% that still don't give a damn, guess what? Women will gravitate towards that. That's where that's why those 10% or 20% will get to practice polygamy without marriage. You see what I'm saying? And women are fine with it.
But you keep talking about this. You gotta tell me.
I'm talking about what is happening now. That's why there is an incentive.
You didn't create a solution. You say this is how it will
work.
And
then the solution is, guess what? Let me give you this.
How do you get to the 10%? How do you get to the 20% of men acting the way you want them to act?
No, they're already acting like that. No, those are the 20% that are incentivizing them to misbehave.
If they're already acting that way, how come the women ain't acting right?
Because guess what? Is it not 54.6% women that have kids for those 20% of men? It's still the same 54.6% of women, right? So what I'm saying is that the solution that we can do is this, right? The solution comes down to we getting those men to behave right, to act right, to commit to relationship, right?
What do you mean by behave right? That's what I'm asking you. What do you mean by behave right?
Okay, mean by behave right by not having kids out of wedlock.
Well, most men don't have kids out of wedlock. 54% of men don't have kids out of wedlock.
You don't. No. 54% of women have kids out of wedlock. 20% of men get them pregnant.
You was talking about the men, not the women. You was talking about the man. And here's the thing.
But what I'm saying is that as long as those 20% of men are acting up, right, they're going to draw those women. Guess what? They're going to draw all kinds of women towards them. They are magnets. Those men are magnets.
But not every,
What do you say? What's the solution at?
That's what I'm trying. This solution comes down for. Guess what? We can do what you see. You see 80% of us, right, that want to act right. We can do whatever we want to do.
So
guess what? If there is no consequences, physical consequences on those men, the women will always gravitate towards them, and the problem will persist. We have to acknowledge this.
Listen, and this is what the point I was trying to make, right? Because JT talks about how he's having the conversations, right? The young man who has a head full of hair,
I'm listening. Yeah,
a young man who has a head full of hair, a mouth full of saliva, no diddy, and no gray. They're moving different than us. They're putting their lives in charge of themselves, understanding how the women are telling them that they ain't shit. And this is where I think women underestimate the brother. Even if this is a new, say we've had this lifestyle since all of our lives, right?
Right.
There's a shift in the whole dynamic of it because the government, who is now going to work by they're going to sort of level the playing field by default without us not doing anything but having these conversations to the younger guys. Because the younger guys ain't going out having the 3 or 4 baby mamas no more. And they underestimated
All right, I'm about to get up out of here, y'all.
Yeah,
you got it, Payne?
I can close down, man.
Okay. Absolutely. Hey, man, I'll holler back at y'all, bro. Most definitely. All right now. Yep.
Right.
They underestimated this.
I agree with you, Coach Fred. Listen, Ekanate, listen, we all have a little piece of this pie. The young people, I think one of the solutions for black men is to ignore the black woman in her current state. We got to ignore her and find other women elsewhere. Not a black American woman has priced himself out of the reasonable market for men who want to be on their square and who want kind of traditional families. The men who want that can't find it here. That's why they're not getting married.
I understand what you're saying, Mr. Payne.
You can't keep saying we just get somebody to do something. It's not happening.
Okay, Mr. Payne. Let me give you another solution.
I'm all in.
If the men that are not married can start rewarding the women that are not married with marriage. No, I'm coming. Just listen to what I'm about to say. The men that are not married, if they start rewarding the women that are not married with marriage, right?
Yes.
Guess what? And start punishing the ones that have kids out of wedlock by not granting them marriage at all.
Yeah.
That would then diminish out of wedlock kids.
And you would be right, but what you just asked for is impossible. The men are not going to start.
You know why I said that? Because I said that to trap you. You know why I said that to trap you? Okay, but listen, let me say why I said that to trap you. You know why I said that to trap you? Let me tell you why. Because guess what? Very low amount of American men, right? Not just American men, black men, both Nigerians, because when I say American men, I'm kind of both Nigerians. I mean, every man here, due to the system, doesn't impose cultural consequences on them for impregnating women, right? Guess what they would do? Those few men would always want to impregnate women. I was on Lapif Network right now, right? Before I came over here. Guess what the guy was saying? A guy called Will, right? He got 2 women, baby mama, and he was preaching marriage. And somebody attacked him and said, why are you preaching marriage if you're not even married to your baby mamas? Guess what he did? He then told the guy, why are you trying to tell me what to do?
Okay, but
you see the problem.
Listen, that's what the point I'm making to you is that we cannot govern man's nature. Listen, we can't govern man's nature.
No, we can. No, we can.
In the past, we're not. If the women have to decide, and they're starting to try to do this, but it's a chameleon shit. Just seeing all these services go away, And so you're starting to hear women say, well, you know, maybe I should reconsider how I treat men. And that shit's fake like a motherfucker because it's not real.
Mr. Payne,
It's
Mr.
only
Payne,
because
let me give you the biggest solution. Let me give you the biggest solution to this thing. Because I have a lot of them. But guess what? I have a lot of them. In Africa.
That ain't even cool. You have a lot of them, but you ain't gave one.
I gave couple. I already gave couple, but you may not like it. No, I already gave couple, and then guess you might like this one. You might like this one. This is what happened in Africa. Guess what? This is what happened in Africa. When you get somebody's, although they've not been doing it lately, but it used to be like that until this current stupid ass democracy that we get ourselves into. This is how we used to do it, and we still do it today. When somebody gets somebody's daughter pregnant, what we do, we pick the girl up and take her to the man's house. You must marry her. And guess what? That's how a family starts. It happened to my uncles. It happened to a lot of men. And guess what they did? Because that was the punishment of getting somebody's daughter pregnant, right?
How we go? Okay. So let's translate that to America.
Guess what? You can do it here, but guess the problem. This is the problem. Two things are the problem.
Stop. I want you to stop because now I'm going to transfer that method there in your country to America. It was once called a shotgun wedding, where that if you was out messing around with a man's daughter, he would pull up with his 12 gauge and he like, you going to marry her. So it's the same. It's the same, but it's different just based on the culture. We're in America. We're in America.
You know what? That shit don't even work in Africa no more.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? So,
I'm back.
So you
I'm back.
Again, man, I appreciate it.
No. It's called short. You're right. It's called shotgun wedding. We used to do that. Some of us still do that. And shotgun wedding, what made shotgun wedding was because it was so effective. But guess what? The court system.
Well, no, it ain't the court system. It was the welfare system that sort of did it. It walked us right into the separation. The courts was
but guess what?
Of my generation, the courts came into effect when my generation started to become parents. They started to intentionally putting a man in financial scrutiny within once the child was born. These women my age were getting rewarded to separate the children from the father. They was getting those checks. They was getting big checks.
And then they were allowed to go one step further. They found out that if they had two baby daddies, they could get a separate check for each kid. So the women they made a choice in 64, 65 that either have a man in the house or get a government check. So a great deal of the black women made a choice to get the check because you couldn't have both.
Because those 2 million women,
black men were in bad shape economically for the most part. A lot of people, they were making minimum wage, didn't have those jobs. So the government offered those women a check just a little bit less than that. So if I got a check from one man from the government that was maybe 10% less than I would have with having an angry ass man in the house, that motherfucker gotta go.
Living by myself.
Because now I don't have to add it up, but I can stretch to 10%. That's what they did.
And hold on, they're gonna make that 10% up because now they're gonna make him pay the extra that you short. That's what the courts.
When the child support.
That's why I said the government, because guess what? If the government takes away that child support,
so you think
runs back to the
government not taking away the child support?
Huh?
You think the women? Do y'all think
not taking away the child support?
No, the government is not going to. Coach Ferg, you said what?
The women would never fight to change that law.
Right.
No. Guess what? It's the men. The women don't have to do it. That's why I said earlier that what if the men say it's going to be this way, it's going to be that way. It doesn't matter what the women say.
What are you talking about? In this country, you got to vote on changing laws. You can't just say it.
No. Child support is not electoral. It's not electoral. It's a government regulation and a court decision. It's not electoral. It's an act of Congress.
Change the courts.
Huh?
Listen, the courts are not going to. The courts are not.
No, they will not easily do that.
The state runs child support, not the courts.
Right.
You got to elect the people to get laws changed. So if you got all these liberal assholes, and mostly women, they're not voting against changing those laws.
They outnumber us.
Of course,
the government,
by millions.
Hold up. So the government knows that they outnumber us. So regardless of you say man can know, it's going to take us showing up and the women being a part of that to change those laws.
That's right.
Happen. Because
the thing is, the women that are against child support I think the women that are against child support is almost equal to the ones that are for it. Because the ones that are usually for it are the ones that have the kids and the ones that benefit from it.
That's not true at all.
No, I said almost. They're not equal. I said almost.
It ain't even close, That's why we got 80% of our children still being out of wedlock.
Most women, well, let's say, this is more than we're talking all women when we talk about child support, not just, but even
that's what I'm saying.
Conservative or not, they all want that safety net. Especially black women, but all women do. They're not voting against that shit. You think even the conservative white women, the younger ones, they ain't giving up. When you get something that's when you get an advantage in the government, you don't
easily give it up.
It's going to take a revolution for you to give it away. Nobody gives away a penny like that. Yeah. And the state makes money off of child support.
Yes, sir.
The state ain't giving it away.
And Ikene, think about this, right? Because we just saw it even with this this abortion thing, right? We just saw it, right? They fought so hard to continue that because they want to continue that same generational lifestyle. I have a baby today, 10 years later, I have another child. 10 years after that, I have another child. Now that's giving me 18 times 3 worth of child support because I'm not with the man. I didn't establish a relationship. We hooked up at the club a few times. He was handsome. He had that little edge like I like him. And he came over with that hammer and that's all he provided. I didn't require him to move in with me, live with me, be a good man. He just showed up with the hammer. And the good dude like you, Ikene, they just want you for your money.
They wish, because guess what? I was covering it up. Until I got my wife pregnant, I was covering it up. I would not let them get that milk.
But a lot of young men don't move that capacity because a lot of young men don't get the message from a solid man.
But guess what? It's 16%, it's 20% of the young men that does that. 80% of them don't.
No.
You see the thing? 80% of them still don't get those women pregnant.
No, it's not really that 80% don't. There's a fair amount of men who don't have sex that easy.
Yeah.
Right? It's not 80%.
We can say that.
80%. The truth of the matter is, the truth of the matter is, very few men have the discipline not to do something stupid when it comes to bodies. What we're not talking about is the majority of women tell a guy not to put a condom on. The majority of women out there tell the guys that they don't want him to put a condom on. Guess what?
Oh boy, I came across that many times. In fact, I had one send me out of her house. She kicked me out of her house because I would not take off condom.
A lot of people kind of underestimate this. What Kanissa was saying. Well, what about the men? If a man's getting ready to get some ass and a woman says, take that condom off, what percentage of men do you think is going to take it off?
You see, 90.
Well, I'm asking you, Ekene, what percentage of men are going to say, okay, baby, I'm going to take it?
I would say about 40%. 40% would take it off. 40%, because the result proves it. The result proves it. 40% takes it off. The rest don't. That's why. Okay, let me put it this way. Let me put it this way. Do you know statistically? Okay, let me put it this way, guys, because you guys have to understand this. Do you know statistically that the percentage of Black women that have been treated of STD compared to percentage of Black men that have been treated by STD is 3 times? Black women are 3 times more than Black men treated by STD.
No, stop moving to go. We're talking about this particular. We can talk about
No,
diseases
because
later.
condom, STD tells you how many, tells you who uses condom more.
Agree with us. Most people ain't using the condoms then.
Right.
No, because guess what? The same guy infects 2 to 3, 4 women. The same one guy infects multiple women.
Women are more the conduit. Women are more the conduit for these STDs than men are. Do you know that?
Yes, they are.
Women are mostly the conduits. They have multiple lovers.
Yeah, they carry it for months without even having any
The thing
symptoms.
that men spread to women most is AIDS. The men on the down low, but the other
Yeah, men on the dollar are the one that give women HIV.
So the other diseases, the communicable diseases, women are the biggest carriers of that.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
No, but the point really is it's not just a small percentage of men. I'm just trying to tell you is that back to the example, when a woman tells a man to take off the condom, it's only a small percentage of the man who's going to put his pants on and go home. The other dudes is taking that shit off.
Yeah. But
this is the 90 percentile.
Well, I'll tell you like this, because here's what I've always heard women say: I'm allergic to latex.
Yeah.
They already
I've heard that many times.
That's what they say. So now most men
the discipline for a man when it comes to sex is an individual thing.
Yeah.
It's not a collective thing. At some point in your life, my life, Ferg's life, we had to say, you know what? That's a bad piece of ass. I'm not taking it. And you have to mature to get there. And it's an individual. We don't have no group think when it comes to that. It's every man for himself when you decide that this is a bad piece of ass and I'm not taking it. And it's different. And it comes at all ages and every economic group. And we know that because the Bible could tell us that. Because how many guys did stupid shit in the Bible? How many? The president almost gave up a presidency for the shit. A coach gave up a $100 million job for some ass. But banging out the vice president of the goddamn organization. Where's the discipline? I mean, so the discipline is an individual thing, but most men are going to fail when it comes to the box, and we know it. It's not up for debate. It's not. And we keep trying to say, so women have to understand that they control the sexual marketplace. We play in it. They control it. And when women are chaste, the marketplace is calm. When the women have, like you said, culture and shame and all of that kind of stuff, that shit's been gone from America for 50 years. Maybe longer than that, ever since the pill came.
All of my life. 68, 71, all of my life.
So, women run when the women are promiscuous, the sexual marketplace is full of energy because men are going to play in it. Not all men, because some guys can't get no ass, but men are going to play in it, and they can't put discipline to it. We could try to, we could say it, but it's just bullshit. We're just speaking in with that's just my philosophy. I don't have to be right. You know what? God ordained men to be the way they are sexually.
They have to. Men have to, because number one, you gotta get a health issue if you don't. It's a health problem. Yeah.
On an individual basis, you're right.
Yeah.
On an individual basis, you're absolutely right. And you can speak for yourself. I can speak for myself. Ferg can speak for herself, right? We're not out there stroking random women. I would imagine you're not. You got too much shit to lose. So do I.
I ain't getting that.
Every man gets there on an individual basis.
You got to get it out somehow.
But here's the problem, Mikane. That is true. But again, the messaging from most men over the last 50 years has not been that. That's the problem. Our messaging is go out here and have as much fun as you can.
No, you can't.
But again, it's because this whole it put the women in front of the man, and this is where we are.
Even if the message was being disciplined, it ain't changing shit.
Well, discipline meaning that at least a man could come with the with
No,
the
yeah,
understanding
but
that at least
listen,
everything that
I'm
looks
not saying
good
don't
ain't.
say it, but men, but I disagree with you, Ferg. Men have been telling other men to be careful. We don't tell men to just go.
Always,
Hold on,
always,
Men have
Martin.
been, but
It
the
wasn't
point
always.
is,
We've always done
you
that.
can say some men. I know I had some of those conversations. The point really is, it don't make a difference. It doesn't make a difference. Since the beginning of the time, men wanted to bang out women. That's what we were put here for. And
With
then,
no constraint. With no constraint. With no constraint.
so
And we
where's the
live in
constraint
America.
now?
We can't be
Because they put
polygamous
laws
in
in
America.
place.
It's not
And
just America, it's worldwide. Men want to always deal with
I'm
women
just
with no
saying, here
constraint.
you can't have more than one wife if you
Oh,
do
okay,
it
yeah,
by the
yeah.
books.
No, you
So
can. You can. You can file a
he wasn't
paperwork with
always
more than
married
one
though,
wife.
Ferg.
I'm
No,
too
you
old to
can.
be trying to handle 3 attitudes. I need one good attitude like I got.
Now
Yeah,
you're
but
talking.
listen,
That's
you got
different. But you
married
can
though.
always marry more than one
Before you
wife in
got married,
America.
you was banging them out.
Man, they was flying me
Oh,
out.
listen, so what you saying?
But I was at least had enough sense to say, okay, do what I got to do to protect myself.
Anyway, so what you guys? Y'all ready, man? We're gonna log out, man. So
It's
Okay, good night, guys.
hey, come up with some more solutions, Maybe
you can only come up with solutions.
over here on this side of the ocean in America. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm asking. You come up with a solution. We'll listen to you, man.
Don't worry. I'm gonna line up the solution and then I'm gonna lay it down next time. That's right. I'm gonna write it down. Yeah,
We're
I
gonna
will.
end the show, man. I'll talk to you guys later, man. Later.
Okay, guys.
Y'all be easy,
Good
man.
night.
Right.